The Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
I have a question for the Prime Minister arising out of the commitment in the speech from the throne to make Canada self-sufficient by 1990, a goal that we find commendable, to make Canada self-sufficient in energy, and we would intend to cooperate with some of the measures of consumption and reduction of consumption indicated in the speech from the throne. But in the more immediate future, could the Prime Minister tell us if any arrangements have been made in terms of pricing of petroleum in Canada? We know that the Prime Minister has had meetings with various premiers, and for the purposes of planning, we'd like to know if there are any announcements to be made in the near future.
Speaker, we have carried on extensive conversations with all of the premiers with an eye to the development of a general energy package. That has naturally included conversations regarding price. There is not at this moment any agreement which I can reveal to the House, and I have no expectation of announcing such an agreement in the next few days.
Question supplémentaire.
Supplementary question. The Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Particularly difficult task, since we ourselves in the past have had to seek pricing agreements in Canada, and it was not always possible to get the agreement of every province. But therefore I wouldn't want to press the Prime Minister for an immediate announcement. But could he let the country know if it is likely that the agreements put together by our government last winter, which were to be operative till the 1st of July next, will they be left in place, or will some new agreements be brought in before the 1st of July?
That is another matter, Mr. Speaker, that is under consideration in the discussions we're having with the provinces. I would hope that if there is to be a change in the agreement that is now in place, or if there is to be a new agreement built upon the agreement negotiated by the former government, that will be announced before the First Ministers meet in early December.
Final supplementary, the Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
A very related question, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Prime Minister, Right Honourable Prime Minister, mentions early December. We've been given to understand that there would be a budget in the course of the first part of the session. Could one assume that the pricing agreement would be reached before the budget is brought down, or will the Honourable Minister of Finance be basing his budget predictions, including the very important import compensation funds, basing his predictions on the agreement which was brought forth by the Liberal government last winter?
Mr. Speaker, we would prefer to have an energy agreement in place before the budget. However, if that is if not possible in the next matter of weeks, it is entirely likely that a budget will be brought down before the First Ministers meet in early December, and consequently before there is a new agreement on energy.
Since the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister a question concerning yesterday's announcement by the Minister of Energy that there would be exports of natural gas. Could I remind the Prime Minister that our government obtained from the United States a commitment that if there were to be any pre-build of the gas pipeline, the Alaska gas pipeline, if there were to be any pre-build, it would only be authorized if there were a commitment to build the entire line. Can I hear from the Prime Minister that that commitment still stands, one that I obtained from Mr. Schlesinger last March?
Mr. Speaker, that commitment stands.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if that commitment stands, how is it that the statement yesterday we have an assertion by the minister, and I quote, "It will be up to the sponsors of the Alaska natural gas pipeline to respond with firm commitments for the entire pipeline." This phrase obviously indicates that there is no firm commitment, that we are asking them for a firm commitment, that we have authorized the export before obtaining this commitment. And how is it that now we're relying on the private sector to make commitments when we had obtained one from the government of the United States?
Mr. Speaker, the export is conditional on the commitment being given and honored.
A final supplementary, the Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, does that mean that when the pipeline is built, if it is built, there will be supplies from Prudhoe Bay which will permit us to get exchanges for the amount of gas that we've sold to the United States? In other words, will we proceed with the swap arrangements that we had discussed with the United States, giving gas to the United States, selling gas to the United States now in return for equal amounts of gas that we would get from them later?
The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition will recall that swaps were discussed, but were not a formal condition of the agreement. What the proceeding with the pipeline will mean is that Canada will be in a position to, through the Dempster hookup, take advantage for Canadian requirements of gas in the Mackenzie Delta.
The Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will preface my question to the Prime Minister with the observation that the United States might be more agreeable in working with Canada on questions of the kind to which the Minister of Fisheries has referred if there were more cooperation on important questions of principle and foreign policy between Canada and the United States. My question to the Prime Minister relates directly to that and to the Olympic boycott. We know that one reason of the Government of Canada, this Government of Canada, for a refusal to take a position on the Olympic boycott is that the Prime Minister wants to count heads in the world before he takes a position of principle for Canada. What I would like to ask the Prime Minister is, what, apart from this business of counting heads before we know where Canada stands, what are the other factors that are causing the Government of Canada to delay standing up as 57 other nations representing a variety of races, variety of continents, variety of conditions have been prepared to stand up and oppose the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan? What more does it take before this government will take some action on behalf of principle?
Way to go.
The Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition is suggesting that agreement with the United States on the Olympics would in some way help resolve the fisheries dispute. The honourable members say it wouldn't hurt. The question remains then, why, since the Prime Minister very docilely adopted the same attitude and the same date as the United States, indeed the fisheries dispute is going on. Obviously saying exactly the same thing as the United States hasn't helped his government bring this fisheries agreement to sanctions by the Congress. Madam Speaker, I'm answering the remarks by the Right Honourable Leader of the Opposition. If the gentlemen on that side are not interested in hearing comments on their own leader's remarks, I wonder why they take him for their leader. And as to the
Order, please. Order, please.
As to the second part of the question on counting heads, Madam Speaker, I've made the government position known repeatedly in that respect. And it is that we must impress on the Soviet Union that we are not divided on the question of the invasion of Afghanistan. And my concern is not principally to add one or two countries to the list that have already taken one or another position. My concern is to make sure that an increasing number of countries stand together as they did on the 14th of January at the United Nations. And that is what we are working on.
The Right Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister knows from public statements made by Senator Church and Secretary Vance that there was progress on the fisheries agreement, at least up until a point when, at least at that time, when the United States knew where Canada stood on questions of common foreign policy interest. But my question is to the Minister responsible for sport in the House, who was quoted as saying the other day, if I can get his attention, and I have it now, who was quoted as saying the other day that certain events have made the chances of a boycott greater on the part of the Government of Canada. Will the Minister responsible for amateur sport tell us what those factors are which have made the chances greater that this government, which has changed the policy of Canada, it's not a question of us joining other nations. This Prime Minister and this government have taken Canada away from a position of principle in support of other nations who want to boycott. That is what has happened. But will the Minister of
Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
I have a question for guess who? The Prime Minister. For the Prime Minister. It's based on the petition that has reportedly been signed by 108 of his 114 backbenchers, and which is reportedly supported by a majority of his 36-member cabinet, urging the government to enlist 50,000 young Canadians into the armed forces of our country to partially alleviate the terrible, jobless situation which confront our young people. I hear an interjection from my NDP to colleagues to the right saying it's good enough for Hitler. I knew that they would take that position. But I'm asking the Prime Minister if he has any personal objections to the government adopting that, the urgings of that petition and the establishment of that policy, which I can assure him will be supported by 101 members, which added to the 108, will comprise 209 members of Parliament in support of that policy.
Madam Speaker, it's a matter of some satisfaction for the government to know that action in the Liberal caucus will at last have brought unity to the Conservative caucus on only one issue. And I would say that it is with that in mind, and I repeat the answer given by the Minister of National Defence, that the Minister of Finance and Cabinet will consider very seriously representations made by members on this side to envisage using the Department of National Defence to create jobs and to alleviate the very high unemployment that Canadians are suffering.
Supplementary, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I might note before posing my supplementary, Madam Speaker, that it was the initiative displayed by the member of Victoria on behalf of this party which was plagiarized by the petition of his backbenchers. But nonetheless, we're still in support of it. The Prime Minister has not answered my question. Does he have any personal objections to the implementation of the policy outlined in that petition?
No, Madam Speaker, I have no objections at all to the concept. I have told my caucus members, in effect, that, and I encourage them to pursue this very interesting line of economic development in order to create employment in Canada. I point out to the honourable member opposite that if the idea indeed comes from the member from from Victoria, we would be interested in knowing what facts and figures have led to the unanimous support of all the Tory caucus for this, because there are a lot of economic considerations. The cost of creating jobs in that way is higher than the cost of creating jobs in other way. The benefits and disbenefits or disruptions to the Department of National Defence are things that we have to take into consideration. We would be very happy to hear from the originator of the idea all the supporting facts and figures arguing in favor of putting, why should we only create 50,000 jobs? Why not 500,000 jobs? And why not... I see that even arguments ad absurdum get the support of the Conservative members, which doesn't surprise me. Madam Speaker, well, the honourable member says I'm being absurd in following an idea put forward by the member from Victoria. I am not surprised.
Supplementary. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I'm sure the House would be very interested in seeing those cost figures, and since the Prime Minister seems to be willing to expose them, he might table them for the benefit of all of us. I would suggest to him that one method of one start on beginning to make up the funding that would be required for the implementation of such a program would be the refraining from exorbitant salaries paid to people like Donald MacDonald and architects constructing embassies in the United States, advocacy, advertising, and a few other pork-barreling policies of the government. Since he has answered me that he does have no personal objections to the implementation of that policy, and since he has the support of 209 members of Parliament, can he assure the House that the Cabinet will implement that policy at the earliest possible moment?
Madam Speaker, the honourable member seems to have misunderstood what I said about facts and figures. He claims that it is his party that has originated this idea. I invited the honourable member to see the facts and figures that induced the support of the unanimous will of the Conservative caucus, a rather unusual thing. Insofar as our attitude, I repeat, the Minister of National Defence has given the answer. The Minister, in constructing the budget, will be able to announce his conclusions, which might or might not be along the lines suggested by the honourable member. It will depend what financial actions create the most jobs in the most effective and beneficial way for the future of Canada and for the reducing of unemployment. And that is a very complex set of questions which has to be asked in order to answer that question. I say I have no objection to creating jobs that way or any other way. We want to create jobs in the particular way which will be least costly and more beneficial to the Canadian economy. And the way we are suggesting now may or may not have that effect.
Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, no, I was in your riding saying goodbye for you. Won't be long now. In this, the Prime Minister's last day in the House of Commons. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to wish him good health and happy days in his retirement years ahead. And on this, his final day, I wonder if the Prime Minister might grasp the moment to right an historic wrong that has been inflicted on Canadians of Japanese origin. Would the Prime Minister on this day, a special day, take the time to convey, either on behalf of the government or behalf of the Parliament of Canada, a formal apology to Canadian citizens whose rights were so trampled upon in the war years, and I think it would be a gesture that would sit well with all Canadians who believe so fundamentally in the sanctity of minority rights.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his good wishes. I will remember this place with no nostalgia, but some kindness, and certainly I have been honoured to serve the people of Canada as best I could in this place for some years. I'm very proud of it. On the matter that he raises, Mr. Speaker, I put it to the Leader of the Opposition that he might want to associate himself with the response of the government to the recommendations of the task force on visible minorities when we did express regrets at what had happened and when what had happened to the Canadian of Japanese ancestry on the occasion of the Second World War, and when we announced the setting up of a fund in order to promote racial equality in Canada. If the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Democratic Party want to go that far, I think it would be a progressive step and an encouraging one. I am not sure what more the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would have in mind when he talks about redressing a historic wrong. There's no way in which we can relive the history of that period, and in that sense we can't redress what was done. We can express regret collectively, as we have done. If the Honourable Leader of the Opposition intends going further and indemnifying individual Canadians with sums of money, I think he should make it clear. I know there's a fair amount of confusion in that. I would have respect for him if he suggested that and made some provision for the many millions of dollars that would be involved, but the sum of money is not the main question. The main question is how many other historic wrongs have to be righted. And even today we know that there are people living in Manitoba who have been deprived of their constitutional right since 1890 and who are deprived of a very real freedom of expression in that province. It is not of the same material order as the deprivation that the Japanese Canadians suffered after the war. But I think a deprivation of the spirit of a freedom is worth some redress too. And yet this government has never suggested that they be given money. We have just suggested that we right the wrong which has been perpetrated in these recent months by a Conservative government in Manitoba. And I know the Leader of the Opposition shares the regret that we on this side have for that. I just hope that his fellow Tories will, if they're so anxious to right wrongs in the case of the Japanese Canadians, will think of these wrongs and will do something to right them.
Supplementary, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
I regret, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's sense of partisanship will remain with him to the end. I hate to have to remind him, with regard to the Franco-Manitobans, that it was a Liberal government that removed the rights of French Canadians in Manitoba. And I asked the Prime Minister on this his last day. I asked the Prime Minister, we're talking about a specific problem. And there's a world of difference between a regret and a formal apology. The Japanese Canadians, or Canadians of Japanese origin, had their rights trampled upon. The reputation of this country was besmirched. And all I'm asking the Prime Minister today is to acknowledge the fact that this country, this government, this Parliament was wrong, and to convey our deep and genuine apologies to the Japanese Canadians, and in so doing to all visible minorities in this country, that this kind of heinous action will never again take place in Canada, and if it does, we'll have the nerve and the courage to stand up and apologize for it and deal with it honorably. That's all I'm asking the Prime Minister. And And I'm not trying to cast aspersions or blame. There's blame in our history to go around for all of us, Mr. Speaker. I'm pointing to the Prime Minister's last day. There is a specific problem. I'm asking him if he will rise to the occasion and convey on behalf of the Government of Canada a genuine apology to Canadian citizens who were so badly done by, and this does not preclude action in other areas in the future.
Well, Speaker, I appreciate the emotion with which the Honourable Leader of the Opposition speaks, and I respect that. He feels deeply indignant about what happened to the Japanese Canadians some 40 years ago, and I share that indignation. I have expressed it on other occasions. It seems to me he's making much of a semantic difference between apology and a regret. For me, I am always prepared to, with some effort, apologize for my actions. I do not see how I can apologize for some historic event to which we or these people in this House were not a party. We can regret that it happened, but why mount to great heights of rhetoric in order to say that an apology is much better than an expression of regret? This I cannot too well understand. What I'm asking the Leader of the Opposition is that why only regret this particular aspect of our history? He mentions the Liberal government of 1890. Why doesn't his party, as a party, apologize for those events too to the French Canadians? Why don't they do that? Why doesn't he use the same amount of rhetoric for this? Why doesn't he apologize for what happened to Riel? Why doesn't he apologize to what happened to fathers and mothers of people sitting in this House happened to them during Second World War II, who went to concentration camps? I know some of them, Mr. Speaker. They were not Japanese Canadians. They were Canadians of Italian or German or some old French Canadians who went to jail, who were in concentration camps during Second World War. Why don't we apologize to them? I don't follow the Leader of the Opposition, who talks about my political partisanship. Why suddenly only the Japanese, Mr. Speaker? Why suddenly only the Japanese Canadians? Is it because there's votes in it? Is it because he doesn't think, yeah, come on? Is it because there are no votes in Manitoba for his party? Is it because there are no votes in all the other groups? Some of these other groups preferred, yeah, you're sad over there, my friend. I hear them say, and you're sick. If you're trying to take one wrong out of Canadian history and make great speeches about it and say that excuse me, Mr. Speaker, through you, say that we're going to deal with this particular problem because there's a particular pressure group now. Mr. Speaker, we could mount pressure groups across this country on many areas where there have been historic wrongs. I do not think it is the purpose of a government to write the past. It cannot rewrite history. It is our purpose to be just in our time, and that is what we have done by bringing in the Bill of Rights.
Question period. The Right Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is properly for the Prime Minister. It's a question that he's undoubtedly been anticipating and for which he has had more than 2 months to recollect. In July in Prince Albert, the Prime Minister promised the Canadian people, and I'm using his words, "You're going to see tens upon tens of thousands of jobs created just as quickly as a new government can be sworn in." My question to the Prime Minister is, sir, where are those tens upon tens of thousands of new jobs?
Mr. Speaker, in response to the question of the Right Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, the fact is that since the government was sworn in just a few weeks ago, interest rates have already dropped 3/4 of a percentage point. And the Conference Board is now forecasting a net gain of 56,000 new jobs as opposed to a loss of 101,000 they were forecasting last July. I think that's progress.
Supplementary. Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Give me the old saying, John.
Speaker, may I have a supplementary? I and my colleagues were deeply concerned when the Minister of Employment and Immigration froze the program for training and initiatives for young people called the First Chance Program. It's now November and 2 months have gone, and the program she announced yesterday is merely a pilot program. I want to ask the Prime Minister whether he'd assure the House that tomorrow evening here the Minister of Finance will make a commitment to young people that at least matches the $100 million a year in the First Chance program, and if possible, the $1 billion a year commitment that the previous government made.
I think, Mr. Speaker, in view of the many remarkably good statements made by the Right Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition, when he was a candidate for the leadership of his party, in regard to repudiation of previous policies, he's going to be well pleased with what he hears tomorrow night.
Supplementary. Right Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, I hope there is something tomorrow night because there wasn't much on Monday.
That's right.
Monsieur le Président, étant donné
in view of the Prime Minister's commitment to create jobs, and even more jobs, could the Prime Minister inform the House as to whether or not he dealt with the management of General Motors and his good friends in the new American administration concerning articles that appeared in Montreal's Gazette? These articles dealt with the decision apparently made by that company to set aside its investment project that was to the tune of some $700 million, and it was for the expansion of its facilities in Sainte-Thérèse. Answer: the Leader of the Opposition is right in being concerned with this question. The Minister responsible and myself will certainly deal with management of that particular company. That company a few months ago was announcing important investments in the riding of the leader of the New Democratic Party. To be just and equitable, we'll have to review the situation in Quebec also.
And through him to the Prime Minister, because although he's House Leader, the Prime Minister is still the senior member of the House.
That's right.
We have had less than 6 hours of debate on this measure, a measure which will revolutionize the tax system in this country. Yet this government doesn't care to listen to the thousands of Canadians who've talked to their members of Parliament, and their members of Parliament deserve to be heard in this House. They don't care to listen to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who've taken the trouble to sign petitions, delivered again to your Honour as Speaker of this House. And if the government proceeds to use this measure of closure, and they've given every indication that they will, it'll be the 11th time since December 1988, since this Parliament began, that they have invoked the draconian measure of closure, of stifling debate. That has been unprecedented in the history of the Canadian Parliament. Will the Prime Minister, now that he has a briefing from his House Leader, give us and all Canadians the assurance that we'll have a full opportunity to debate what is a revolutionary tax measure in this House?
Mr. Speaker, the question of sales tax reform, my Right Honourable friend seems to suggest it's a bit of a surprise for him, has been recommended in 5 major commissions for the government going back to Rolls-Sirwa Commission in 1940. A new sales tax was discussed in the White Paper of Taxation in June 87. From 87 to 89, the House Finance Committee carried out studies. Sales tax reform was issued with the budget of April 89. Draft legislation was tabled in October of 89. Revisions to the GST proposal in December of 89. Legislation was tabled in January 24th. And the opposition, Mr. Speaker, since that time has been engaged in dilatory procedural tactics. But if the Leader of the Opposition is ready to drop his vexatious and dilatory actions, we will extend hours and begin debate immediately, tonight, tomorrow night.
Honourable Deputy to Gloucester.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Prime Minister. I hope the Prime Minister would agree with me that there is an urgent need to express the sense of this House in support of language duality in Canada through a unanimous resolution.
Hear, hear.
The straightforward motion we have proposed was written to ensure the widest possible support and reads as follows: that this House reaffirm its commitment to support, protect and promote linguistic duality in Canada. So I ask the Prime Minister, will the government agree now to allow this motion to be put to the House for unanimous consent?
Mr. Speaker, I've indicated that indeed we look forward to debating this issue and supporting it before the House of Commons. I had not been given prior knowledge of the resolution by the Leader of the Opposition a few days ago. When it was received, quite properly, we looked at it, agreed with the general thrust of it, and submitted it for consideration with an amendment to the new House Leader of the Liberal Party. I was informed by our House Leader that the Leader of the Liberal Party indicated that with one exception, with one word changed, that it could be accepted by the Liberal Party. We made that word change the following morning, sent it back for approval, and I and my colleagues look forward to debating it fully here on the floor of the House of Commons. I understand, I've just been informed, I didn't know this, I should indicate that the House Leader, the Government House Leader, has just indicated to me that I understand that there is a suggestion forthcoming from the Leader of the NDP in regard to this. Once the agreement has been reached upon in the language, which will be essentially the thrust of what my colleague is talking about, not only will we be here to discuss and to debate, but also to support very strongly the concept of bilingualism in Canada, which we view not only as a noble, but a very enriching dimension of our national life.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I think that the Prime Minister misunderstood the intent and purpose of the words of the now House Leader for the official opposition. Je suis déçu par le...
And I'm disappointed in the Prime Minister's response. I must say that for us, the priority must be given to the support of linguistic duality in Canada. And I would ask the Prime Minister why he does not want to grant priority to the support of linguistic duality. Does he not agree that this is the priority today and an amendment is not necessary to arrive at this end?
Speaker, we're in full agreement with what my honourable friend is seeking to do. Normally, when all party support is being sought for a resolution, it is I and the Leader of the NDP are given prior knowledge of it, so that we can consult with our caucuses and our people and report back. I was not given prior knowledge or information or advice in respect of the resolution that was presented. I did indicate, on hearing it for the first time, that I generally agreed with the thrust. I supported what the Leader of the Opposition was seeking to do, but I did ask for a copy of the resolution so that I could consult with my colleagues, and presumably the Leader of the NDP. When we consulted, and we submitted the text to the Leader of the Opposition's office, the then Whip, now House Leader, indicated on television And I quote, "But I think generally speaking, we can support the Conservative amendment if they will change that word as expressed to read as reflected. We then change the word from expressed to reflected, thereby meeting fully the request of the Liberal Party. And with that, we're prepared, and I'm sure the NDP, prepared to debate the matter and to vote upon it to reaffirm this very important dimension of our national life."
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised that the remarks of the leader of the government, the Prime Minister, who suggested he had not received a copy of this resolution. I think it was read out in the House 2 days ago, and he had come back.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is now prepared to move a motion, will he confirm that it has been put down on the order paper and exactly when he intends to call it for debate?
Mr. Speaker, not only will I confirm my intention to move a motion and set it down on the order paper this afternoon, I indicated that yesterday. I just want to tell my honourable friend that my understanding is that custom in this House requires that when one is seeking all party support for a resolution, prior notice is given to the Prime Minister and the Leader of the NDP. All I am saying is that in this case, I had no notice of this whatsoever until the Leader of the Opposition stood up on Monday and indicated that this was his intention. I immediately said that I clearly agreed with the fundamental thrust of what he was saying. I asked for the document so that I could consult my colleagues. We submitted a small amendment which was then accepted by the member for Vanier, and I understand that the Leader of the NDP quite properly asked for a time to examine it herself and submit an amendment. I have here, Mr. Speaker, a document, a motion which I am going to table, which will give rise to, it will meet all of the requirements and anticipations of my honourable friend, which will give members an opportunity from all parts of this House to deal directly with the worrying manifestations of intolerance that we see across the country, not just in Ontario, see them elsewhere across the country. I believe, as my honourable friend did, because he's defended this concept for 29 years since he's entered this House of Commons, and he's been fully consistent, that bilingualism and protection of minority language rights is a vital and a noble concern of all members of the House of Commons. And I would never do anything other than promote that and engage the responsibility for that debate. And that is what we are going to do, so that all members of the House have an opportunity to speak and to defend this concept, and if required, to vote on it, so Canadians will know that intolerance is unacceptable, promotion of bilingualism and minority rights is exactly what this chamber and this country needs.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister says it's fresh new money, but in fact Canadians will know it's the same old stuff from this government that cut the Canadian Wildlife Service by 25% and cut $40 million from the Energy Division of the National Research Council. So that's the same old thing. And I want to ask the Minister of the Environment this question. The Minister in his Green Plan asked Canadians to be friendly to the environment, but yet he fails to exempt any environmentally products or services from the GST. So I ask the Minister of the Environment, how can Canadians take the government and its Green Plan seriously when the government intends to slap the GST on even environmentally friendly products and services? Doesn't this show the government simply is not credible when it talks about its newfound belief in a clean environment for this country?
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to take the question because it gives me It gives me an opportunity to congratulate my honourable friend on a job extremely well done as Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition, and to congratulate the new Leader of the Liberal Party who will be entering the House very soon. Ever since the present leader was replaced in June, the popularity of the party has sunk from 53 to 30. So the question is going to be, can Herb really be replaced? And I wish him well and congratulate him on an excellent job that he did for his party and for all of Canada. His question my honourable friend asked his usual incisive question, and he expressed a legitimate fear about programs being, and I quote him, being axed by the Minister of Finance or the President of the Treasury Board, environmental programs. And this is presumably based on experience, because the federal provincial water management program was cut. Grants to universities for water resources research were cut. The pollution abatement technology program was cut. The Arctic marine pollution program was cut. And the wildlife habitat acquisitions, reductions in purchases of land for habitat protection were cut, all on the 8th of September 1978 by the then Minister of Finance, Jean Chretien.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Right Honourable the Prime Minister. The Resolution 678 of the UN Security Council authorizes the member states to use all necessary means, including military offensives, to have Iraq withdraw from Kuwait after midnight tonight. Therefore, I ask the Prime Minister, taking into account the fact that the Prime Minister and his government have given their support to this resolution, will the government be ready to prepare a Canadian military offensive to have Iraq withdraw from Kuwait? Will we go to war against Iraq? Yes or no, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I mentioned in my speech this morning that there are two important elements concerning the issue brought up by the Leader of the Opposition. First of all, the Canadian government was going to continue to try to, in every way possible, establish durable peace by this evening, by the expiration of the deadline. There's no change in our intent. Secondly, the government has already announced that the situation that existed and exists at present with respect to the behavior of our soldiers is the same. I would say that the Canadian government, if there is no peaceful settlement of the conflict, if there's no signal from Saddam Hussein that he would intend to respect the UN resolution, if we don't have that, then the Canadian government would propose to join with other countries that support the UN resolution to expel Saddam Hussein from Kuwait.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said that Canada will support the United Nations if force is used to get Iraq out of Kuwait. But there is no United Nations military operation here.
Right.
It is the United States that will be leading the military operation. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister,
when the United States goes to war with Iraq, will the Prime Minister order young Canadian men and women into war as well? Will Canadians be going to war in the Gulf?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend inadvertently, no doubt, commits a very serious mistake in regard to his interpretation of Article 678, because he persists in quoting but 2 paragraphs of the resolution. The resolution demands that Iraq fully comply with the resolutions. Secondly, it authorizes member states to use all necessary means to uphold. And thirdly, it requests all states to provide appropriate action support for the actions taken, namely actions taken to uphold and implement. No, my honourable friend is saying that it doesn't require. No, it doesn't require. The United Nations makes a specific request in the resolution asking all member states to act to uphold the integrity of the United Nations, and Canada will do just that.
I'm the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell the Prime Minister that it's exactly what is being debated here. You know, we say that it's not the time for war. There is other means like sanction and like embargo and diplomacy. The question that I'm asking to the Prime Minister, will we be at war against Iraq? Canada will be at war against Iraq if the United States start the war tonight at midnight.
Mr. Speaker, I think my honourable friend...
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
The Leader...
I think all honourable members realize the importance of the issues that are before us. This morning, the conduct and behaviour of members was, for the most part, exemplary, given the very serious matters that are being discussed. I'm sure that all honourable members would want to ensure that matters being discussed here are treated with the gravity which they deserve, and that the courtesies which are traditional in this place be carried out. Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Article 1 of the Charter of the United Nations provides for circumstances during which members who freely associate with the United Nations may be called upon to, in the interests of international security, to suppress acts of aggression. Such a request was specifically made under Resolution 678 of the Security Council, a resolution which was co-sponsored by Canada, which was a member of the Security Council at that time. A provision of that resolution, number 3, requests member states, in the event of the failure of Saddam Hussein to respond to a reasonable request, to withdraw from a neighboring innocent Arab state that he has invaded. If he persists in his refusal, it requests member states to come to the aid of the United Nations to seek to enforce resolutions of the United Nations. As Mr. Pearson said, and as I referred to this morning in my speech, that the fact of the matter is that the United Nations must be defended because the absence of the United Nations means the absence of effective peace in the world. And my honourable friend wants to know whether we are going to defend the United Nations. We will not stand idly by when the United Nations ask for support. We will support the United Nations because the United Nations supports world peace.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Speaker, on 11/12 last year, I rose in the House to ask the Prime Minister not to make dozens of patronage appointments in the dying days of his mandate. Since that day, there have been 526 other in council appointments. In 1984, everyone remembers the Prime Minister attacking the then Prime Minister, the member for Vancouver Quadrat. And everyone remembers what the Prime Minister today said. It will never happen again under a Conservative government. So today I'm raising in this House of Commons, and I would like to ask the Prime Minister if he will have the courtesy to apologize to the people of Canada. And in particular to the former leader of my party, the member for Vancouver Quadrat.
Mr. Speaker, I think the former leader of the Liberal Party would think that if anyone owes him an apology, it's the present leader of the Liberal Party. Mr. Speaker, first of all, Madam Speaker, may I just indicate that the number, of course, used by my honourable friend is typically misleading, because the number that he has used contains, of course, well, he holds up a document. He should table the document right away, so that the media can see that this document relates to order in council appointments which cover public servants, which cover government agencies and commissions, which deal with non-political people of any kind at all, and that the number is used to mislead and to try and mislead the press into thinking that any government in Canadian history could ever replicate the orgy of appointments made by the Liberal government of which he was a member in 1984. Now, Madam Speaker, my honourable friend asks about appointments to the Senate. In Meech Lake, we sought to share the power of appointment to the Senate with the provinces. This was rejected. In Charlottetown, we sought to have the members of the Senate elected by the people, and this was rejected. The parliamentary system continues to function until further changes, and so we have made some appointments. For example, Jean-Claude Rivet, Mr. Bourassa's Chief of Staff, former advisor, the former member for Saint-Denis, the Liberal Dean of the House, pretty well. And so these are all members of Parliament. Madam Speaker, I'm having difficulty trying to respond.
We may be able to continue on a supplemental. We may be able to continue on a supplementary question.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Putting the words of the Prime Minister in 1984. At that time, the Senate was operating like today. And now to use that excuse that he offered to make some changes to the Senate does not excuse what he's trying to do today. Not only he named senators, but he forced other senators to retire before the end of their mandate so that he can make a new appointment. We know other instances when some people have resigned mandate for 3 years so that they will be able to gain a 7-year appointment. That's a fraud. So I want to know from the Prime Minister if he will remember that he said in 84, I think that what has taken place is completely unacceptable in an open and democratic society. So I would like to know from the Prime Minister, why was it unacceptable in 1984 and it's so justifiable in 1993?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, the statement that I had forced senators to retire is, of course, false, and I would ask the Leader of the Opposition, to withdraw that. Secondly, my friend says, why is what was taking place in '84 is unacceptable, and it's unacceptable today? Well, it was unacceptable in 1984 because an outgoing Prime Minister refused to make the appointments himself, and he passed the appointments over to an unelected Prime Minister who was not a member of this House and had never sought and obtained the confidence of the people of Canada.
The Honourable Opposition Leader.
Voici maintenant une nouvelle théorie.
Here's a new theory now.
Je faisais simplement des efforts pour pouvoir comprendre.
I would like to have some silence in the room before I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Honourable Leader. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister at that time was Mr. Turner, and he had the privilege that the Prime Minister has now. I would like to ask a question of the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Minister of the Environment said that the Prime Minister should no longer be making such appointments, and this was reported in the newspapers this morning by Michel Vested. But I wasn't there. Very well. Will the Prime Minister listen to the Minister of the Environment who says that enough is enough and that he should not be going ahead with these appointments now, because he in 1984 said that this was immoral? Three questions with three preambles and three very wrong statements, so the Leader of the Opposition should withdraw those comments, because he's saying just any old thing to try and convince the media. But what is the difference? The difference is that we have a government that is elected. We have a Prime Minister who is exercising his duties. But in 1984, we had an outgoing Prime Minister who refused to make appointments, and he insisted that his successor should make 40-odd appointments at a time when the successor had not yet been elected, neither as a Member of Parliament nor as Prime Minister. So I say to my friend that according to the Montreal Gazette, on the 18th of December 1992,
Mulroney was simply recognizing a basic fact this week when he gave notice that he will return to the old system of appointing members of the upper house of Parliament. Mr. Mulroney cannot act as if the referendum had no force. He has to respect the decision of the people, and under the Constitution, that requires the appointment pursuant to those criteria. The question is, having answered my honourable friend, well, my honourable friend says I had an option. Yes, indeed, and he has an option. If we are going to get, for example, our NAFTA legislation through the Senate, if he will give me the obligation that he will support it here and instruct his senators in the other place to support it, I will give him the undertaking that we will not make any more senatorial appointments.
Question period. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean, Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. The federal debt yesterday exceeded $500 billion. The throne speech disappointed all observers in terms of the government's ability or interest in solving the deficit problem, and the speech has confirmed all of the threats that have been proffered to social programs. The government does not have the choice of making a choice or the interest in making proper decisions. Is the government intending, in fact, to diminish social programs? Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that the government has a very clear program with respect to this area that the Department of Finance will deal with in its budget next month, and we have openly stated and we have said when the Minister of Finance met his provincial colleagues and when I met with the premiers in December that we had no intention of reducing the levels of transfer payments to provincial governments. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go back to, I take that this last sentence is a commitment which comes from the highest authority in the country. But I wonder how we can take this commitment seriously if we look at it in terms of the statements that have been recently made by his Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, which publicly referred to a reduction in 20% in the health costs. Who is telling the truth, himself or his minister? Mr. Speaker, there's nothing contradictory in what has been said. If we can, in cooperation with the provincial governments, reduce the level of expenditures for all governments in terms of health care, there will be considerable economies for the provincial and federal government. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I understand that the Prime Minister is still threatening social programs because he says that he is referring to objectives to reduce expenditures in this area. It's the kind of half-truth that creates public apprehension. And I asked the Prime Minister if he's serious, if he really intends to cut expenditures, and whether he was more interested in reducing fat in the government, and if he's interested in forming a special committee that will deal with an urgent mandate and detailed mandate to study all expenditures in departments in this House in order to inform the public of the situation and reduce the government expenditures, reduce the deficit without threatening social programs.
To work with all the parties of this House to make sure that we can find the cuts that are needed to reduce the deficit. And we will have the Committee of Finance that will be meeting very soon, and when the different committees will have the occasion to look at the estimates of every department, we will look at every aspect of the government operation and will make sure to reduce the expenditures. But I don't think it is possible, like the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is trying to tell us, that to have your cake and eat it at the same time. We have to look at everything.
Oral questions. Question.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, at the very end of the referendum campaign, during his speech in Verdun, the Prime Minister made a formal commitment to work for the decentralization of the system to respond to Quebec's claims. Yet yesterday, the Minister of Finance spoke against this commitment by refusing to discuss a proposal put forward by his provincial counterpart to give tax points to Quebec in exchange for a transfer of responsibilities. How can the Prime Minister reconcile his formal commitment to decentralize federalism with his minister's refusal to discuss about the very principle of the proposal brought forward by the provincial government, this idea to exchange responsibility for social programs for tax points? Mr. Speaker, before answering the question from the Leader of the Opposition, I must tell him that it is, we're quite sorry to see him leave, and we certainly enjoyed the 2 years that he led the official opposition. We've had clashes in public life, and some moments are we appreciate more than others, but I'd like to wish him good luck. And as he said in his speech in Laval, if he is going to work to get the Quebec economy going, we will be there with him to help him in that task. So I'd like to wish him good luck with that particular task. But I would, to answer the question from the Leader of the Opposition regarding tax points, I would like to explain that it's one form of transfer or another. The amount is exactly the same. It's just for purposes of administration, so that the people know that the money is being transferred from the central government to the provincial government. And so I think the Minister of Finance is correct. People know quite well that it doesn't matter really whether it's a tax points or a transfer payment. A few credits are received in some cases the federal government withdraws from an area and the province gets tax points. And I think that the Minister of Finance wants all people in all provinces to know exactly what the contribution of the federal government is, the payments received to run social programs. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker. I must say that the leader of the government certainly broke the rhythm of my attack here. I would just like to say that we certainly respect the opinions of people, even though they are not opinions that coincide with our own. We have a great deal of respect for these political institutions, and it was a great experience to take part in this exercise in democracy here at the House of Commons in the Parliament of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, on the one hand, how can he dismiss the proposal brought forward by Ms. Mello, and then on the other hand, which responds to the claims that Quebec has made since the Victoria Conference regarding Quebec's will and need to have all the tools it needs to carry out social programs? Well, transfer payments can be transferred in the form of payments or in the form of tax points. There can be cash payments or tax points. It's exactly the same thing. And the leader talked about decentralization, and we indicated clearly that we would withdraw from manpower training, and but we do want the money that is being collected for that purpose. We want that money to be used by the people properly. We want that money to be used throughout Canada, because you see, people are contributing to this system to help ensure their security, and that money has to be used to make sure that people have lost their job. But when it comes to the actual administration and the very nature of the programs, well, that's up for the provincial governments to decide. It's up to them to take the decisions, but we have to make sure that the money that is being transferred is used properly to train people who are without work, because they did make a contribution through their taxes to the government for that purpose. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, this is quite a mix-up. If someone knew what he was talking about, it would be the Prime Minister. He says that there's no difference between tax points, which gives a provincial government all the liberty it wants. He's confusing that with the transfers which the federal government makes, which it has decided to reduce. And at the same time, the federal government wants to set national standards. So I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, won't he recognize that this is a awful trick, and the provincial government of Quebec will be paying more and more, a heavier bill, and at the same time, Quebecers will be paying more and more taxes to the central government. When we formed this government 2.5 years ago, the level of transfers from the federal government to the provinces for social programs, just like equalization programs, totaled more than $11 billion. And today, it's even more than that, and next year, the amount will be even higher than that, still above $11 billion, because the poorest provinces in Canada receive equalization payments, and there were no cuts to certain transfers. And that was the case for other provinces as well that received equalization payments.
Oral questions. L'Honorable Chef.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at 10:10 this morning, Canadian Press made the following release. The Federal Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs, Stéphane Dion, repeats that a cross-Canada referendum can still be in the cards. A press conference on telephone said that no mode of consultation was excluded. He did say that the government was not seeking a referendum and spoke about the trauma that could lead to. We will recall that the other day, the Deputy Prime Minister totally set this possibility aside in answering the question that I asked during question period. My question then is this to the Prime Minister. Since he is the one who has brought up this issue in the speech from the throne with a referral to the possibility of a cross-Canada referendum, since two of his ministers are contradicting themselves now, would he be please kind enough to throw some light on this matter before we move on to other things? Could the Prime Minister tell the House whether or not he intends to have a cross-Canada referendum dealing with Quebec? Mr. Speaker, the Minister has said what we all think, that we do not wish to have another referendum. Nobody wants to have another referendum, and I would hope that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition would not want to have another referendum, and that he would follow what Jacques Parizeau said on referendum night when he said that the result was there, that democracy had spoken, and that they would have to deal with the choice, accept the choice, and we accept the choice of remaining in Canada.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, of course. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition doesn't want a cross-Canada referendum because it's up to Quebecers to decide themselves on their own future. Considering, Mr. Speaker, that it's up to Quebecers to decide on their own future, according to the official position, is the Prime Minister of that opinion as well? Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion of the Premier of the province of Quebec at the present time, who's asking Quebecers to deal with job creation, to deal with the economic problems in Quebec. That is what they have to deal with in Quebec, and that is what was outlined also in the speech from the throne. We are concerned with job creation, in particular for young people. We have put forward a program to improve federation, and I hope that the Leader of the Opposition will at least take the time to read this part of the speech from the throne. He's read, apparently he's read the word referendum in the speech from the throne. It isn't in the speech from the throne. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister realize that, first of all, he's the one who wrote the speech from the throne, certainly not the Leader of the Opposition. Secondly, that all observers of the political scene in Canada, all of them, with no exception, have brought up the issue of a cross-Canada referendum as being a threat that had been made. I'm not the one who made this up or who brought it up. All observers have said so. Does the Prime Minister realize that it is his double language, his double speaking, this veiled language with respect to Quebec, that means that today that we are not able to move on to other matters like he says he wants to? Mr. Speaker, I've just said that the speech from the throne dealt with the real problems of the citizens of Quebec and the citizens of all Canada. We spoke about job creation. We challenged business to create jobs, and now the Minister finance has brought public finance into order. If the honourable member opposite is talking about the threat of referendum, he should say to us, to the House, that there will be no referendum in Quebec, that there will be stability in Quebec, and then prosperity will come back to Quebec, as well as to the city of Montreal.
I will have to attack the Minister of Finance once again today. The Minister of Finance made a budget speech 3 weeks ago, and he predicted a deficit of $19 billion. That seemed very high in view of the real figures that he had at the time and that we have today, and that will establish this deficit at about 10 to 12 billion maximum. Therefore, he is moving from an error that is almost to an error that's almost double, that is 40 or 50%. And in private enterprise, Mr. Speaker, very often they quote private enterprise. What would you do with an accountant who 3 weeks before the end of the fiscal exercise makes an error of 50% in the forecast? It seems to me he would be fired. So I'm asking the Prime Minister, when will he do the same with his Minister of Finance, who cannot predict a proper deficit? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, before making the other comments that I wanted to make, of course, when shareholders realize that there was a greater profit made than they had provided for, the director is given a bonus. And we believe that because we are ahead of our forecasts, the voters will give us a bonus. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, as it's the last time that I will have an opportunity to see my friend opposite ask questions as the Leader of the Opposition. I'd like to thank him. I think that the fact that he is leaving his job, it won't be a great loss for us, but for his party, because notwithstanding the combativeness that he has shown, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I have never felt that I was being attacked personally, even though we might disagree on ideas. He is not the type of person to make personal attacks. Of course, he is my neighbor because he goes through Shawinigan to go home to he goes through Latuc, and I think that the House and his party will miss him as Leader of the Opposition. Now, for us it will be a gain, of course, and I'd like to thank him for the work that he has done, and I'd like to wish him the best of luck. And now he can once again ask a supplementary question. In any case, I'd like to say once again that we are very proud, Mr. Speaker. Truly, we are proud to have done better than we had forecast, and I don't blame the Minister of Finance. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister is always as nice as he is today, it would be difficult to have a proper question period. So we're thankful that this doesn't happen too often. Mr. Speaker, there's something dangerous in what the Prime Minister has said, and seriously, I would like to come back to this question. The fact that the Minister of Finance made such a poor interpretation of the indications that he had at the Department of Finance, whether the outcome is better or not, if it's better, so much the better, and we will continue. However, the capacity to interpret data could have given a poor result unless the Minister of Finance knew what he was talking about and did this intentionally. So my question is to the Prime Minister. Please, Mr. Speaker, don't get impatient. It's my final question. Please be tolerant, Mr. Speaker. So this is my question to the Prime Minister. Would it not be a government strategy to artificially create pressure on provincial governments that have been forced to accept more than $4 billion in cuts over the past 2 years? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the happy outcome that we have seen is the result of decisions that were made very soon after we came to office, and at the time we didn't know what the results would be. So we drew up a plan, and the plan is working out better than we had anticipated. We should all be happy about that. Now, the Minister of Finance and myself, when we formed the government, realized that the forecasts from the previous government were always $8, $10, $9 billion, $11 billion higher, or rather, they were more positive than the reality. Therefore, we had to be stricter. And we have the results for which he should be congratulated. And the provinces are benefiting from this. I'd like to say that to the Leader of the Opposition, because they are paying much less now for interest rates on the debt for each province, thanks to the good administration of this government.
Questions orales, all questions. The nouveau chef,
the new Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, a number of people were demonstrating in Saint-Nicolas regarding the whole Hells Angels problem. This demonstration was held even though it was terribly cold and even though there was an attempt by the Hells Angels to intimidate the demonstrators. This shows some specific measures, the specific measures that are needed by this government to stop the bikers' war. I quote, Mr. Speaker, politicians, wake up. How many victims is going to take before the government wakes up and does something? So I asked the Prime Minister, how many victims will it take before the government does something? When will it table a bill to make the Rock Machine and the Hells Angels illegal groups, forbidden because they are criminals and well-known miscreants? The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, on behalf of the members in this House, I would like to congratulate the new Leader of the Opposition for his election, his democratic election as Leader. I wish him good luck. Not too much good luck, obviously, but sufficient good luck to have fun with his new duties, which I held myself in the past, and it's not all that easy to lead a party. I'm from Shawinigan, and I know all about that. So I would just like to tell him that you have been in the House for a number of years now, and we are ready to work in the best interest of everyone. Now, to respond to the question, obviously, I did have an opportunity to answer it last week. The authorities responsible for public security, including Mr. Parot, said, and the others were saying quite the same thing, that it's not anti-gang legislation that will solve the problem. It's a justice administration problem, and that the authorities have sufficient powers. The member for Hochelaga Maisonneuve said that Mr. Sangolo was saying, the member for Hochelaga Maisonneuve was saying that he was the best qualified person to speak on this matter, and Mr. Pierre Sangolo was saying that anti-gang legislation is not going to solve bombings. The solution is to increase the number of investigators and to make more tools available to them. Perhaps he could call back to headquarters and ask for more investigators to be assigned to the case. And this is advice right from Mr. Sangolo, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, that's very interesting because the Minister always said that he was open to a public debate. So I would ask the Prime Minister, is he telling us that if there is a request from Quebec City, a request saying that the government of Quebec is asking for the federal government, because we're dealing with the criminal code here, is the Prime Minister going to do something and prohibit these groups and declare them illegal? The Rock Machine and the Hells Angels, they are criminals and miscreants. Is the government going to do that, or is that what the answer is going to be? This is a hypothetical question, but if the Prime Minister wishes to respond, Mr. Speaker, I am aware of this. I know that the Solicitor General and the Justice Minister are constantly in communications with the authorities in all the provincial governments because this is not a problem specific to Quebec. There are similar groups throughout all of Canada, and it's very difficult to create a specific definition of criminals. But I'm sure that my colleague, the Minister of Justice, and the Solicitor General are discussing the matter with the provincial authorities, and if they have suggestions, adequate suggestions that would need legislation, the government will look at the proposal, as it always does, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think the Prime Minister is just about the only person around here who don't know who the Rock Machine are or the Hells Angels. It's not a bowling team we're talking about here. It's not a rock group. Everyone knows this. I'm asking the Prime Minister. This is urgent. Young people have been killed. Bombs are going off. Is the Prime Minister ready to have a special debate, an emergency debate this evening on the whole issue of the bikers' war in Quebec, because it's hurting people in Quebec? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I think that the problem of justice administration and policing are matters that the provincial politicians, led by one of the predecessors of the current leader of the opposition, should look at. If they need the assistance of the federal government, we are always ready to help, but this is a provincial area of responsibility, and perhaps he should ask his old boss what to do.
Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government is going to be going into the election with very poor performance in the area of employment. They have been really lamentable in their performance as far as job creation goes. There are thousands of discouraged workers who aren't even looking for jobs anymore. When the Prime Minister meets with the unemployed in Quebec during the election campaign, what's he going to say to them? Is he going to tell them that jobs will be there eventually? Is he going to tell them to move somewhere else? Or is he just going to wish them good luck? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, when there is an election sometime within the next few months, I can say that unemployment was at 11% when we came into power. It's now 9.3%, and the Canadian economy has created thousands of new jobs, and the IMF is predicting that Canada will have the highest rate of economic growth among G7. And the IMF has predicted that our unemployment rate will drop in the next few years. And we do not expect inflation to increase. And there is also the question of interest rates in comparison with the Americans. And as a result, it's been possible for the government of Quebec to save something like $600 million on interest payments. A supplementary question. The Prime Minister should take the pre-electoral period to tell the unemployed that there are some 5 million poor people, poor children, people who don't have jobs. And the IMF is not talking about that, Mr. Speaker. They are not mentioning the fact that the deficit has been reduced by laying it on the back of the poor and the unemployed. The Prime Minister promised jobs, jobs, jobs. He didn't fill that promise any more than he scrapped the GST. Reply, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian economy is performing quite well, given the new jobs that have been created since we formed the government. We would like to have an even better performance, but we have still done very well, and I have had the opportunity to say this on several occasions. All countries in the world have to deal with this problem, and we have done better in Canada than they have in Germany, France, Italy taken together. And these are countries with a larger population than ours. We
think that we must continue to work along these lines, but we have put order in the government's affairs. The country's finances are in the best state in many years. We have an objective of 3% for the deficit vis-à-vis the GNP, and we actually did better than what we were aiming for the deficit. And this is why everyone around the world says that Canada is setting an example which should be followed. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister should understand that economic growth should mean greater fairness in our taxation system, greater fairness for the employed, more social justice. Does the Prime Minister not understand that economic growth should help those who don't have jobs? It should help them rather than making things harder for them. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister in reply. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, we invested some $850 million in tax exemptions to help deal with the problem of children and poverty, and those who have benefited from the progress which we have achieved, or when we achieve progress, we work to help alleviate poverty. Then there are also investments in training, some $800 million for innovation to make it possible for Canada to be able to compete in the 21st century. Rather than being negative, we have been positive. We have looked forward to the future, what we can do, because Canada is going to be in a very good situation to take up the challenge of the next century.
But now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
You bet. There we go.
Mr. Speaker, it is a pleasure to be back in the House, and I'm not just talking about Stornoway, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in his election platform, the Prime Minister promised Canadians a 50-50 split between increased spending on one hand and debt reduction and tax reduction on the other. Yet in yesterday's speech from the throne, his government listed at least 29 new spending measures and not one single practical measure for either debt reduction or tax relief. So my question to the Prime Minister, was this simply an oversight? Did he just leave something out of the speech? Or does this signal a return to liberal checkbook spending?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the new leader of the opposition in this House, and I just want to say that, yes, we had a commitment made that very soon the country will be in a position to operate with a surplus, something that will not... And of course, the budget is for the month of February. So we have the time to come back. We have first to go to zero deficit, but I want to say to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition that despite of the fact that we had to reduce the disastrous deficit of $42 billion that was left by the Conservative Party before we came, despite of that, every year we were obliged, and we have spent some money on some programs because there is always problems in society that need to be taken care of. So it's always the liberal approach, to be able to care and to be able to be responsible at the same time.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I find it, and my colleagues find it, inconceivable that the Department of Finance would truly endorse a return to spending as the #1 fiscal priority of the government. Economists inside and outside the department have been saying for years that the federal government cannot spend its way to lower unemployment, and that irresponsible spending and taxation is what is keeping unemployment high.
So I ask the Prime Minister again, has he simply forgotten about the seriousness of the debt or the high tax levels? Or is he in fact telling this House that higher spending is the #1 fiscal priority of his government?
Very Honourable Prime Minister.
To oblige by your dictum, Mr. President, the answer is no.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Yet 29 proposals in the throne speech for higher spending, nothing on debt reduction or tax reduction. Mr. Speaker, if the government makes higher spending its #1 priority, there will be no surpluses. And therefore 50% of zero is zero, and there is zero for tax relief or debt reduction. That's right. I ask the Prime Minister, is not this 50-50 formula simply a shell game, like the GST promise in the previous election, to allow the government to do what it really wants to do, which is to return to excessive spending?
Honourable Prime Minister.
You know, obviously the Leader of the Opposition has nothing very concrete to attack the government on, so he's setting a target to shoot at. And I'm telling him that we said very clearly that we will spend more money when we'll be in a surplus position. But we will be there. When we got elected, we said we were to reduce the deficit to 3% of GDP. And it's looked like that within the first 4 years of our administration, we have managed to reduce it to zero, or very close to zero. But at the same time, there are problems in society that have to be fixed, and we'll do that in a responsible way. And today, around the world, people are looking at Canada because they can say when they look at us that we have given an example to the world that we can be fiscally responsible and at the same time remaining responsible government caring for those who need the most in society.
Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, for more than 21 years, the Auditor General has been warning the government about misspending under grants and contributions. The Prime Minister is aware of these warnings, but he chooses to ignore them. This year, an internal HRDC audit reveals more waste in management. Just where? In exactly the same place. The Prime Minister's response to these warnings is to give the Minister another $221 million. My question is, the Prime Minister's contempt for the taxpayers so high that he did this out of spite, or did he do it so there'd be more money around for the next federal election?
Honourable Prime Minister.
You know, this government, over the last 6 years and a half, has managed to take a deficit from $42 billion to be in a position to present a fantastic budget. Where, of course, we're spending more money for the poor, the underprivileged, for research and development, education and health, and at the same time to give the Canadian people the greatest tax cut that they have not had in the last 50 years.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
For once, the Prime Minister got it exactly right. The tax cut the Canadian people have not.
That's right.
Exactly, that's right. Way to go, John. Mr. Speaker, under any normal circumstances, $1 billion spending boondoggle would send shockwaves through an institution. All departments would be called to account. The brakes would be put on future spending. Management would be changed. But not in this government. 16 out of 19 departments get spending increases. Not one manager has been changed. My question, why should the Canadian taxpayers give this government one more dollar when that department mismanaged?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You know, if he has done his homework, he will know that this money is going for a program that was announced in the House in December, giving more money for the people who are homeless in Canada. It was requested by the provincial governments and the mayors, and we've done it. He will know that this money has been given in order to give more money to the students in Canada. We can go on.
We always have causes that need help in Canada. And I know that the Reform Party, what might be another party with a very funny name in a few weeks, don't want to give money to the people at the bottom.
Oral question. The Honourable Leader of the Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to announce a new birth. The Canadian Alliance was born this weekend. It weighed in at 91.9. The new extended family is very excited, Mr. Speaker, and Mama's back at work already. Now, during this birth, Mr. Speaker, 3 more internal audits were uncovered, this time at the Canada Economic Development Agency. It sounds like a rerun of the HRD minister's list of greatest hits. Favorites like lack of compliance, flexibility, and insufficient management. Mr. Speaker, is it that this government has no idea how to manage tax dollars, or is it that they just can't resist a good old-fashioned boondoggle?
Very Honourable Prime Minister.
Only something I cannot resist is to offer my congratulations to my 5th Leader of the Opposition in 6 years. And the birth of the changing the name, as I said, Coca-Cola tried that some years ago with not much success, and that it might be that the job of the Leader of the Opposition will be quite temporary, because if there were to be a 6th one by June. But no, for us, for us, we feel very. Change our name was in 1867, and we don't need that sort of thing to remain in opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to reply to the question to the honourable member that the Auditor General has been asked to report 4 times a year to make sure that if we have problems of that nature, they can be corrected immediately, Mr. Speaker.
We're going to have a little bit of time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It could be the next Leader of the official opposition might be him. Well, it's hard to say. Mr. Speaker, there was an internal audit done, and the results were damning. And I quote, "Our audit revealed a lack of compliance with criteria and with departmental policies. The #1 recommendation," and I quote, "the minister should define the terms that leave room for interpretation." In other words, Mr. Speaker, close the loopholes so the Liberals can't get their paws on it and dish this cash out. Mr. Speaker, a follow-up audit was done nearly a year later, and no matter how many audits come out, the results seem to be the same. Their response is, quote, that it's insufficient. Was the prospect of millions more in slush money just too easy to keep your hands on?
Speaker, as we have debated these problems since and this issue since a long time, I just want to report that on the CGF allocation of money, more money went to the opposition riding than the government's riding. So we are applying the criteria, and when they are riding in the opposition that have more unemployment than above the average of the nation, we treat them exactly the same way than we treat the members of this side.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, he's talking about HRD. Certainly there's problems there, but we're talking about problems today in CED, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, CED.
Even after this government got caught, even after they were told to clean up their act, they continued on without a care in the world. The final audit was released in March '99. In its findings, let me quote again, Mr. Speaker, "The overall file management situation has been appreciably the same." Now, that's not glowing, Mr. Speaker, no matter how many audits you come up with. There's only one conclusion to come to, Mr. Speaker, and that's the Liberals like it this way. Why won't they fix the problem that sees millions of taxpayers' dollars being wasted every year?
Very Honourable Prime Minister. Diligent minister in the department, and if there are some problems of this nature, I know that the member will make sure, the minister will make sure that these problems be corrected immediately.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, I want to start the first question period, and I know that members opposite on the government side are just itching to join with me in congratulating the Prime Minister on his successful re-election.
Leader of the Opposition start again in the circumstances.
Mr. Speaker, the economy continues to show signs of change. There's no question that we are headed into turbulent times. We think that we'll be able to sail through these waters, these choppy waters, but not without a budget in place which clearly shows a change in the reaction to the revenue assumptions, changed exchange rates, interest rates, and revenue flows. In light of these changes, and in the light of the fact it's unprecedented, a government would start a session without a budget. Will the Prime Minister reconsider and present a budget this February?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to say thank you for the Leader of the Opposition for congratulations for the election, and I want to offer my congratulations to him and to every member for winning their seats. On the question by the Leader of the Opposition about a budget, I think that the government was very wise to have a mini budget in October, because the reality is the tax cuts that the Americans are dreaming for at this moment have been implemented in Canada the 1st of January 2001.
The Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that teeny tax reduction by the Liberals in no way compares to what's happening in the United States, and that is the cause for concern. Bien que nous ayons toutes les...
Although we have every reason to be optimistic, it would be logical and prudent for the government to adjust its financial forecasts in relation to the new realities.
Obviously, of the implications of the tax reductions, no idea of the assumptions, can he at least stand and give us the cost total of the promises in the speech from the throne yesterday? What's the total?
Mr. Speaker, everything that was written in our program had been costed before. So we knew exactly, contrary to the opposition party that could not have very well their figures before, everything is in the budget, in the plan that we submitted to the Canadian public. So we know exactly that what we've said in the speech from the throne, what will be the cost. And we told that to the Canadians during the last campaign, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
So the answer to those that need the deciphering of that response was he doesn't even know the cost of what has been put into the speech of the throne. Doesn't even know the cost. Just moments ago, the U.S. rate was lowered. It was just announced moments ago. I'll ask the question, Mr. Speaker. Can he indicate to us, is there anybody on that side who knows the cost of that promise, of those promises? He doesn't. Is there anyone on his team who does?
Right. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we all know that it's more than $800,000. And you know, in fact, the big complaint that the opposition have had over years, they were always blaming our Minister of Finance because he was too prudent in his forecasting. So it was good to develop this habit to be very prudent. So that gave us a lot of comfort at this time. And when there will be need to make adjustment, of course we'll make them.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General has now confirmed graphically and painfully what the Canadian Alliance has been saying for over a year. And that is that this government, this group of Liberals, are quite possibly the worst bunch of money managers that this Canadian public has ever seen.
That's right.
In order of the sheer magnitude of dollars wasted. The worst ever. If the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister were in a public company, they would have been fired out the door, Mr. Speaker. Now, to restore the shaken confidence of Canadians, will the Prime Minister please stand up and at the very least start the exercise by saying he's sorry for presiding over the flushing down of the drain of millions of Canadian dollars?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't think that I will be the one who will be fired soon, Mr. Speaker. I just want to tell the Canadian public that they know better than the Leader of the Opposition then when we started, we had a deficit of 6.2% of GDP, and we have had last year a surplus of 2% of GDP, and we have managed to do that within 8 years, Mr. Speaker. No other country in the world has been able to do that. We have reduced unemployment from 11.5 to 7%, Mr. Speaker, and I can go on and on and on, and I would keep repeating.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no other country reduced their deficit by ripping dollars away from health care and the armed forces. That's how they did it.
The Auditor General was very clear. Our armed forces are not ready. In Kosovo, they actually had to borrow equipment from Australia and others. So, how long will the government continue to play Russian roulette with our armed forces? We need them for our protection. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I really don't see what the Leader of the Opposition is getting at. In all Canadian missions in recent years, in Kosovo or in Africa, in various peacekeeping missions, the Canadian Army always had excellent relations. The Canadian forces were the best among the very best. They did the best work. So I do not understand why the Leader of the Opposition is trying to put down this image in the eyes of Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Cheap insults don't carry weight with Canadians anymore. We value our troops, and that's why we're asking our government to value the troops.
Here, 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 here.
Mr. Speaker, we know the Liberal strategy, and it's this. They tell their ministers at times of crisis like this, just cover your eyes, put your head between your legs and wait for the Christmas break and this will all blow over. Well, Canadians are not going to put up with it this time, and Mr. Speaker, the armed forces need to know. They need to know, and the budget that he is writing, will there be the extra $2 billion that they need to protect our country? Will it be there?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I have a double feeling, Mr. Speaker, because I feel that the Leader of the Opposition is using this week to launch his campaign to try to keep his job. And I would like, as you appealed to me, Mr. Speaker, and to the House of Commons, to be very nice. And I would like to be extremely nice to him, because we don't want to lose him, Mr. Speaker.
Order oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable, the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you. I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, the warmth will last all of about 35 seconds. Mr. Speaker, this budget was a wasted opportunity for this government and unfortunately for Canadians.
Order, order. The Leader of the Opposition is new and everyone will want to hear his question.
Mr. Speaker, with a 9.3% increase in spending, this is the largest increase in spending since the Prime Minister was Finance Minister. The government has not cut waste. It has thrown money away after pet projects of the Liberal leadership candidates and has neglected the real priorities of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain to the Canadians and to the Auditor General how this government could not have found 1 cent in wasteful spending to cut?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, would like to welcome the member for West Vancouver Sunshine Coast. And now it's going to be sunshine for us to see him there. And I know him since a long time, and I'm very happy that he is my 7th Leader of the Opposition that I've... Mr. Speaker, something very unusual. Never in the history of Canada the Prime Minister had gone to a fundraiser to help the Leader of the Opposition. Because he was a speaker in British Columbia and he didn't like the Tories anymore. And he needed a speaker to raise money, and he asked your humble servant to do the job. And Mr. Speaker, we are so tight with money on this side. I went there, he made $20,000, and he paid me no money, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I might ask him again someday, but I want to tell him he's not the first Liberal Prime Minister I've ever faced, Mr. Speaker, but I can assure him I'm going to do my best right in this role to make sure he's the last one I face. Mr. Speaker, this year the government will spend $1.9 billion more than it collects in revenue. By U.S. accounting standards, we're already in a deficit. The Auditor General identified $16.3 billion in poorly managed grant programs. Couldn't the Prime Minister have found ways to cut rather than pushing us to the brink of a deficit?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we have had 5 in a row budget surplus. When we started, we had $42 billion of deficit. And we have made the plan at this moment to still have a balanced budget and have money to stimulate the economy, to develop the infrastructure, to help healthcare, to help many sectors of our economy. And we will do that. And all the time, the ministers and the President of the Treasury Board and everybody is making sure that when there is money that is not well spent, that it is corrected immediately.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't brag about the mess that was left in 1993. Anybody could have done better than what was there in 1993. Mr. Speaker.
Order. We're losing time here. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's press secretary said, and I quote last week, that he was writing the budget, not the finance minister. And it shows. With its tax hikes, wasteful spending, and near deficit, this is a budget that not only unreconstructed 60s Liberals would appreciate, Mr. Speaker. So the question is, will the real author of the budget please stand up?
Difficult for the chair to know who is going to answer this question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I guess.
Mr. Speaker, it's the Minister of Finance is responsible for the budget, but the Prime Minister has to approve the budget. And on top of it, the Prime Minister is a former Minister of Finance, so he has an interest in the budget. But what is great is we have managed to have 9 budgets that serve very well the Canadian population, and never, ever the Minister of Finance complain about the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister complain about the Minister of Finance.
Well, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, like so many Canadians, we are wondering why this government and this Prime Minister have the wrong priorities. But the mess that this government has created for hard-working Canadian families in softwood and agriculture, along with its ongoing problems with corruption, taxpayers are wondering why the Prime Minister is preparing to jet off to sunny Spain. Now, Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain to Canadian families what he is going to do to clean up the mess he has made in softwood, agriculture, and in his corruption-riddled government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Object for the last term used because it's completely untrue. And nothing has been proven, and they are only trying to throw mud. This meeting of AU-Canada meeting is a meeting that is every year. The Prime Minister of Canada, with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Minister of Trade, meet with the counterpart of the European Community and the leader of the European Community. The meeting is in Spain this year, and I will use the beginning of next week, when Parliament is not in session, to meet with the President of France and for the Prime Minister of Great Britain and Italy to discuss Kananaskis and a program to help the poorest in the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister bristles at the suggestion that his government is corrupted. I quote the Oxford Dictionary, which says corruption, moral deterioration, widespread. Now, Mr. Speaker, today there are reports that the Auditor General has advised the government to call in the RCMP to investigate this government's decision to pay group action 3 times for a nothing report. Now, Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister tell Canadians if he will recall Alfonso Galliano from Denmark so that he can assist the RCMP in clearing up this troubling mess?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It is the Minister himself who has the Auditor General to look into that. And the Auditor General will report this week. And of course, you know, we always done that. We look at all the problems of the administration. And if somebody has done something wrong that is criminal, of course, the RCMP is involved. But I say at this moment that it is the Minister himself who referred that problem to the Auditor General, and we'll see what the Auditor General has to report before coming to any conclusion, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Minister asked the Auditor General after a slight nudge of this House for a couple of days, and he already has the report, so the Prime Minister knows what's in it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me give the Prime Minister some examples of poor management, wrong priorities, and yes, possibly corruption. Let's put aside the bungling on softwood and agriculture. The Finance Minister refused to clear up the questions whether his bagman was selling tax policy. His Industry Minister won't even tell us what one of his high-flying staffers does for taxpayers. The RCMP has to clean up smelly deals in public works. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister just stay home and get people back working in the industry again and solve these smelly problems in his government?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, you can throw them out as you know all the time. They make accusation based on nothing all the time. And, you know, we could talk about the opposition, all the flip-flop on Stornoway, for example. They all said to their electors they will never accept a pension from the government. After the third election, they all flip-flop to get
money
the cash,
in their pockets.
Speaker. You know, they offered $50,000 payment to have a seat for one of the leaders who had no seat. You know, after that, there was $800,000 that was paid by the taxpayers of Alberta because the leader of the opposition had made a terrible error, you know, while he was Minister of Finance.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. I should take a moment to respond to the kind words of the Prime Minister. First of all, to say to all members through you, Mr. Speaker, it is wonderful to be back, to see all these familiar faces and even a few friends. I've been asked many times, Mr. Speaker, why I would come back after all of these years, and I have explained that being away, you know, statements by members, long debates over the estimates, committee meetings, the debate over the MACE, it's all too much to stay away from, Mr. Speaker. There is one reason I came back. Some of you will know that it's been reported that I was 4 years old when the Prime Minister first took his seat in the House of Commons. And what isn't known about this, Mr. Speaker, is that, of course, I was an avid reader of Hansard at the time. and I recall reading some of the early talks of the Prime Minister and turning to my mother, who's here today, and saying, Mom, somebody has to do something to stop that guy.
The first time I met the Prime Minister, he probably doesn't remember, but it was a meeting at the University of Calgary. Student, just before the first time he attempted to become leader of the Liberal Party, and we were discussing about nuclear armament. And that day I saw someone that you should never underestimate, and I don't intend making that mistake.
I am his eighth leader of the opposition, but I'm in a privileged position, Mr. Speaker, in that I have myself, I have my party, but I also have the Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Heritage, the Minister of Industry, and of course the Minister of Finance, all wishing that I will be his last opposition. Mr. Speaker, just before I wind up, I would like to thank a couple of people, if you'll bear with me. The two gentlemen, so many people I could thank in my party, but the two people who brought me in today, the Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast, who chaired my by-election victory in Calgary Southwest. Very thankful for his assistance. And of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank the outgoing Leader of the Opposition, the Honourable Member for West Vancouver's Sunshine Coast, who did a great job, not just for our party. I think he did a great job for the House and country. Now, Mr. Speaker, you do have to tell him, though, he does have to return the contents of the wine cellar. I insist on this. It's true that...
I think that's an internal party matter.
Well, it's true, Mr. Speaker, that I may not be put on as good a party as he does, but there are some members of my family, including my wife and others, who do know how to have a good time. So we would appreciate it. Thank you also. I have to thank the electors of Calgary Southwest for sending me here, an important riding for our party, not just because it's a very special place in and of itself, but it is, of course, the riding of our founder, Preston Manning, whose legacy I hope to do honour to in this chamber. I'd like to thank quickly, if I can, last but not least, my family, my wife, my children, my mother and parents who are here today for all their love and support, and I know they'll encourage me to keep my eye on some of the important things in life. Finally, Mr. Speaker, if I could just start my first day here by just hoping that we always remember that in spite of our differences, there is a great deal that we share as people, as members who represent our constituents, their families and their needs, which tend to be the same in all parts of this country. And also that we don't forget, despite all our problems, the great blessings that we do have in this country, a country that God has given unlimited resources to, and we've been further blessed, as I've said many times, by the people who've come from all parts of the country through the generations to build this country. We should never settle for mediocrity in this country. We should do all we can in this House and elsewhere to build the full potential of this great land. Thank you very much.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Et on doit noter...
And we should note that we're starting 20 minutes later than usual, so we'll continue till 3:20 p.m. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the media is reporting today yet another scandal involving federal advertising contracts. After examining a Public Works audit, it's been estimated that Public Works paid at least 10 times too much to Group Polygon for sponsoring a Montreal hunting and fishing show. Given the growing evidence of widespread waste and mismanagement of government advertising business, and the fact that the government's incompetent handling of its advertising and sponsorship is already under review, will the Prime Minister stop the waste and abuse right now and order a freeze of all discretionary government advertising?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at the request of the Minister of Public Work, the Auditor General looked into these files and recommended some action and is looking at the program as such. The program of sponsorship is a program that exists in Canada since a long time. It is useful in every riding, in every part of Canada. It's a good program. If there are some problem with the management of some element of it, of course we will look at the report of the Auditor General and remedy to the fault. But I do think that many organizations in Canada need this program to be carried out for the good of all Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's great to say that there's Auditor General examinations going on, and of course there may be a police investigation. But what I think the people of Canada are looking for is action now from this government.
Mr. Speaker, all the publicity activities of the government are under examination because of the waste, abuse and bad management. The government is seeming to react only when the opposition and media draw the attention of the public on what's going on. Will the Prime Minister, just so we'll be able to get to the bottom of all this and throw light on it, will the Prime Minister present a list of all publicity contracts and sponsorships, discretionary sponsorships, so that we can get to the bottom of all this? Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, there's a system that allows members to get all the information they want. We can get the details of all of this information, and the government actually acted when the auditors pointed out a problem to the Minister of the Day in 1999. We actually took steps to improve the program. Some of the accusations go back to those days, and the present Minister of Public Works, who's in charge, has added new reforms to make sure that the errors of the past will not be repeated in the future, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, I think we're all tired of getting this information through access to information and through the media, through all these other channels. We would hope the Prime Minister would do the right thing and make this information immediately available. Mr. Speaker, today's reports on Group Polygon deal with an internal audit that found problems 2 years ago. This is the same outfit that hugely overspent tax dollars on the Almanach du Peuple. Now it seems this audit found the government paid a grossly inflated amount to sponsor a hunting and fishing show. Can the Prime Minister explain why this mismanagement was kept quiet for 2 years, and why it always takes an access to information request or an Auditor General's report?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's exactly why we have auditors, is to look at the books. And not only and in the past, the auditor will report to the House of Commons only once a year in order to make sure that we were more up-to-date about the problem in the administration. The Auditor General now can report 4 times a year. And in terms of all the information that the new Leader of the Opposition is asking, he should know that all these information he's asking for are already available, Mr. Speaker.
On behalf of the official opposition, I'd like to congratulate the new Prime Minister. It, in fact, is our hope that he will be in that position about as long as I'm in mine. Last year, the government reported that the CSL, the Prime Minister's company, had received only $137,000. This figure was obviously wrong. The Prime Minister must have known it was wrong. He could have spoken up last year, but he remained silent. My question, why did the Prime Minister remain silent? Why didn't he just come clean with the truth?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank the Leader of the Opposition for his congratulations, and I would like to congratulate him on being once again named interim Leader of the Conservative Party. And as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, I hope he makes a habit of it. The answer to the honourable member's question, Mr. Speaker, is that in fact there's no doubt that I was otherwise involved on this particular issue. I was involved in the leadership race. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, that somebody should have spoken up. And as soon as I focused on it, and again I admit...
Time's expired. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Isn't that interesting? I was otherwise engaged. This is a fairly significant matter for Canadians, since it surely is Canadian taxpayers' money that is at stake here.
That's right.
The latest figure we have is $161 million given to the company. I want to know, is that figure correct? Is that the full figure? $161 million. Is that the full figure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what I said was that somebody should have spoken out. I felt that the government was in the process of dealing with it, and at the time when I did focus on it, Mr. Speaker, I asked the government to develop a comprehensive answer. The comprehensive answer is now public, Mr. Speaker, and is extensive. Every single contract, every single amount, dealing with those periods when I was in Cabinet and, Mr. Speaker, periods before I went into Cabinet and after I came out. There is the most complete answer that the government is capable of coming up with. I did not compile the answer, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is it is as complete as the government is able to come up with, and is certainly open to investigation by the Leader of the Opposition or his party.
Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if this response will satisfy the Canadian taxpayer.
I don't think so.
Here we have a Prime Minister. He says, trust me. Now, I'm going to ask him the question I just asked again. Is the figure that we have now come up with through ATI, is the figure of $161 million, is that the full figure? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did not compile those numbers. I have not been involved in the company for some 15 years. It is, without a shadow of a doubt, the best answer that the government is capable of coming up with. I have no involvement. But I'm perfectly prepared to say, Mr. Speaker, that if the honourable member would like, I would be quite prepared to ask the Auditor General to ask why, in fact, there was a delay between the original question and the provision of those numbers. I'm prepared to ask the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, if she would like to take a look at this.
What I'll tell him is that we're support initiatives like that, but his soft on crime policies don't work. Now, Mr. Speaker, David Hurley, we recently learned that David Hurley, the Liberal campaign manager, received a $23,000 untendered contract from this government to write the mini-budget. I wonder if the Prime Minister will come clean and tell the House if he is aware of any other untendered contracts that may have been given to Liberal Party operatives.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that, in fact, that contract and other contracts were given exactly in accordance with the rules. But now, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member asks why I ask questions, Mr. Speaker. I'm not the only one. Canadians are asking questions. They want to know what the Leader of the Opposition's position is on health care. They want to know what the Leader of the Opposition's point is on the strength of the Canadian Federation. They want to know what the Leader of the Opposition's position, Mr. Speaker, is on the kind of country that we want to build. They want to know, in fact, what is his agenda and why does he keep it hidden?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the answer to all of those questions is we'll clean up the mess this government created over the last
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government presented its speech from the throne. I have to say a somewhat thin document that's short on promise and even shorter on specifics. Throne speech that's notable really for what it does not include: education and training, early childhood and development, infrastructure or support for cities, Aboriginal Canadians, social housing, arts and culture, and other important issues. But, Mr. Speaker, as was noted by the member from Huron-Bruce just now, most shockingly, as our farm families face a crisis this spring, this is a throne speech that found barely any time for agriculture. My question for the Prime Minister: why is the state of agriculture in our country not one of his government's 5 priorities?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by not just congratulating the Leader of the Opposition on his re-election, but by acknowledging his long, outstanding public and parliamentary career, and noting that he is very worthy of the honour bestowed on him by his party of being Leader of the Opposition. The first act of this government was to release $750 million the previous government had been sitting on, that was going directly to farmers. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that this is more than the previous government did in its entire 13 years in office.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, je remercie le Premier ministre.
I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his answer. In English,
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, I find that in saying that the money that we provided from our administration, that we provided to farmers, consisted of a policy to recognize farmers and agriculture as important in our country. To say that is not acceptable. Will the Prime Minister make agriculture one of the priorities for his government? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the opposition leader says that the previous Liberal government promised that they would spend this money. The previous government promised to do a great number of things, but this government intends to deliver the goods, and we will deliver the money. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
well, Mr. Speaker, if that was satisfactory to the farmers that are outside our House today, demonstrating their discontent and their concern about their future, I think they would have been happy with that answer. But they are not, Mr. Speaker, and neither are we. This government has no concrete plan for agriculture, and our farmers need assistance today. They have no plan for the architecture of our agriculture, Mr. Speaker. So will they listen to our concerns and the concerns of farmers and commit now to providing our farmers and their families the money they need today so they can put seeds in the ground this spring?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I and this government are the first to acknowledge that the problems of agriculture in this country are very serious. They're going to require short-term action on the part of this government. The promises we made in our campaign, which will be forthcoming, they will also require further work on a long-term vision. And I remind you, Mr. Speaker, we would not be in this state today had we not had 13 years of neglect and ignoring of the agricultural industry.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this government is getting a reputation for being economical with the truth. The Prime Minister claims internationally that he supports Kyoto, while he winks at home to his friends as he kills programs to stop climate change. Yeah. This weekend, the head of the UN Environment Programme stated that Canada's step back from Kyoto was deeply regrettable and even dangerous. Having already killed 15 climate change programs this spring, why is the government now putting the boot to 5 key climate change programs for agriculture and then cynically, Mr. Speaker, demanding that public servants take the fall for their ending of these programs?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition represents a government that had a record of putting Canada 35% above Kyoto targets and rising, and a report of the Environment Commissioner suggested that that would even worsen over the next few years. Our government has moved quickly to try and reverse that trend and to make sure that the money we spend on environmental programs, and we're spending a great deal to make sure that's spent effectively in the future.
Mr. Speaker, the government's actually acting to plunge us deeper into the hole, not take us out of it. That's crazy. And while the Prime Minister has Canadians wondering about their environmental future, the Finance Minister is engaged in an exercise of baffle-gab about the economy never before seen in our country. The Minister has made up something he now calls the national net debt. But there's no financial voice in the country that takes his malarkey seriously. The problem is that his deliberate confusion is not helpful for our citizens, and it's not helpful for our capital markets. Why won't the government be honest on the most basic facts about the economy? And when will we get the truth from this Finance Minister's flim-flam-flarity, Mr. Speaker?
The opposition surely doesn't need lessons from the Speaker on using members' names in the House. He knows he's got to refer to it by title. The rest of the stuff we have to do without. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what the
Leader of the Opposition is talking about. I can tell him as an economist that the definition of net debt is gross debt minus financial assets. That's what net debt is. There's an OECD standard for that. The Minister of Finance has indicated that according to that OECD standard, this government's target will be to have total government net debt disappear by the year 2021.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate, Mr. Speaker, I was not naming a member. I was referring to a state of mind over there. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't trust this government on the environment or climate change. Now they have no credibility. When they talk about taxes, they're just trying to manipulate Canadians. Why doesn't the Prime Minister admit that he really doesn't care at all about the environment or the economy? Is this just another accomplishment of this new cruel world of this government, the Right Honourable the Prime Minister? Mr. Speaker, quite simply, this government has cut taxes for all taxpayers in Canada. This government has invested in social programs, major programs, and this government is currently reducing the national debt. And for these reasons, these are reasons that the Leader of the Opposition has nothing to criticize, and that's why he's asking.
Oral questions, questions orales, c'est mon plaisir d'appeler.
It is my pleasure now to call upon the Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent, Cartierville. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the House for this first unanimous ovation from parliamentarians. As my first question to the Prime Minister, we must speak about the issue of equality of women.
Talk about the right of women when the government is posting multi-billion-dollar budget surpluses thanks to the previous Liberal government. Why on earth is the Prime Minister closing 12 of the 16 status of women officers across Canada, if it is not to cripple those who dare challenge his government's neoconservative ideology?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd of course like to begin by congratulating the new Leader of the Opposition on his election as leader of his party, and a victory that I thought was well earned. I've been a resident of Stornoway myself. I hope he enjoys Stornoway, and I hope he's happy there for a very long time. I also, Mr. Speaker, while I'm on my feet, would like to take the opportunity on behalf of my party, and I think the whole House, to thank the member for Toronto Centre for his performance as Leader of the Opposition over the past few months. He conducted himself with great determination, dignity, and intelligence, and in spite of the chant, it's far too late to enter the race now. Mr. Speaker, in terms of the question, the government is reallocating money for women's programming from bureaucracy to programming directly for women, and I can assure all members of this House that when this government reallocates money, it does so to make it more effective for ordinary people, not to flow it into party coffers.
The Leader of the Opposition.
We don't see the reallocation.
That's right.
Now, toujours sur la question des droits.
On the same issue of rights, if the Prime Minister criticizes our judges, has cancelled the court challenges program, and now invites the House to open a new debate, nothing justifies this. Is it because of the far-right attitude of his party? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has brought up a number of issues with respect, for example, to the appointment of judges. We feel that what we have done is essential. It is essential to have full consultation with the people, including for judges' positions. We must have a consultation with victims, with the police. I understand that the Liberal Party only want to consult lawyers and criminals, but we believe that the judicial system must work for everyone. The opposition. Everyone has criticized the intent of the Prime Minister to confuse the role of the judiciary and the police. Now,
have spoken. The Supreme Court of Canada has spoken. The Parliament of Canada has spoken. Yet the Prime Minister still thinks he can pick and choose rights. Why does he want to be the first Prime Minister in Canadian history to override the Charter?
Why? Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Order, please. The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, in the last election, we promised Canadians a genuinely free vote on this issue in the House of Commons. My party, including the cabinet of my party, will vote freely in this. I know that the new Leader of the Opposition has said he will not allow a free vote of his caucus members. I hope that proves not to be the case, because I think the rights of members of Parliament are some of the most important rights we have in this country. But also, Mr. Speaker, let me go back to what I said earlier in French. It is essential that when we put people on the bench, we do a full public consultation. That includes people who protect Canadian citizens, like the police. They have every right to be consulted.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the scope of the economic crisis facing Canada is without precedent. Every day we get more bad news. 250 jobs were lost by Magna in Cape Britain. Hundreds and thousands of jobs will be lost next year in Canada. Why has the Prime Minister refused to act to stimulate our economy, to put it back on the rails? Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the government is acting by preparing the next budget and additional measures for our economy. But the Liberal Leaders Coalition is busy with a plan to lead this country with a separatist pact. This is not a plan to improve the economy. It is a plan to destroy this country, and this is why he should withdraw this proposal. Order, please. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, that is nonsense, and I will not respond to it. He let Mr. Speaker, this is absolute nonsense, and we will not respond to it. He has let down our workers, our economy. He is hiding from Parliament. He is hiding from the public. Why is he refusing to come forward with a plan to improve our economy? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party received an unqualified endorsement from his plan from Jacques Parizeau. Let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, what Mr. Parizeau's own words, why he supports the kind of arrangement the Leader of the Liberal Party is proposing. A weaker government in Ottawa is eminently satisfying. The image must be one of a weak, disoriented government, which will become weaker and more disoriented in the future. This is perfect. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Liberal Party is not working with us to prepare the budget and to strengthen this economy, but to weaken this country.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order, please.
The government is a government that doesn't have the confidence in this House and wants to govern. Never mind. There is an alternative, Mr. Speaker. Better public transit for our cities and our communities. Cleaner water, clean energy. Help for our manufacturing sector, our auto sector, our forestry sector and their workers. A plan to create jobs. Why does the Prime Minister care more about his own job than allowing the Parliament to save the jobs of Canadians?
Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Speaker, if the leader of the Liberal Party wants to save the jobs of Canadians, he can put on the table specific proposals that will save those jobs. He can reach across the aisle and work with this government, which will be pleased to work with him on saving this economy, but he must walk away from this deal with Jacques Parizeau and the separatists, which can do nothing but weaken this country, which is Mr. Parizeau's very objective.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I spent the past month listening to Canadians throughout the country. They're afraid of losing their jobs, their pensions, and indeed even the future of their children. Thus, in that context, where was the government's plan in October, November, December, when the governments in the G8 were already acting? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by congratulating the Leader of the Opposition for having attained that position and for having attained the leadership of his party. This government acted at the beginning of this crisis more than a year ago, and now today, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Finance will be bringing into the House a budget that'll be a budget for the modern history of Canada. The Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Prime Minister for his kind words. The point is the actions come late. Yesterday's throne speech goes against everything the government was saying last autumn. As late as October, the Prime Minister was denying we were headed into a recession. As late as the economic statement, the Prime Minister was actually denying we were going to head into deficit. And now we know the truth. So the question, why did the Prime Minister tell us we were in surplus on November 27th when we were actually in deficit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's be very clear. Prior to the budgetary actions we will be taking in the upcoming budget, this government has been in surplus for the current fiscal year. I indicated, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, at the G20 meetings in November and after at APEC, that this government did intend to run a deficit in coordination with other countries around the world to stimulate our economy. We have a strong balance sheet, Mr. Speaker, and we will do whatever it takes to keep our economy strong.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, let's turn to infrastructure. The government claimed that infrastructure would be a priority, but they failed to get $2 billion in commitments out the door that would have created jobs and helped rebuild communities. How can Canadians trust the Prime Minister not to fail them again? What assurances can he give us now that the promised money will actually get out the door this time?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's important to note in every single year this government has been in office, actual federal infrastructure spending has increased. Even before this budget, Mr. Speaker, federal infrastructure spending was scheduled to double in the coming year. Mr. Speaker, there will be new good news in the announcement, and I urge the opposition to join us to undertake this action and get that money out and get this economy going.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, this government is facing a cascade of scandals, accusations of election fraud, influence peddling, and contempt of Parliament. But the issue here is the Prime Minister's own responsibility. He appointed Mr. Carson to a position of trust. He appointed 2 senators now accused of election fraud. He put his trust in these individuals. Will he now take some personal responsibility for their miserable conduct?
Yeah. Order. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, as pointed out many times, to our knowledge, this has nothing to do with any government contracts, any government money. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, this government has instituted strong rules. This government ensures those rules are respected and enforced.
Leader of the Opposition.
They're not taking any responsibility, Mr. Speaker, and the government also refuses to tell Parliament the true price of the fighter jets, of the mega prisons, the U.S.-style prisons, and the gifts to corporate Canada. And that's why they've been found in contempt of Parliament. How can the Prime Minister expect us to support a budget when he hides the truth of his wastefulness from Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the information is quite available. It's the duty of this government to focus on the true priorities of Canadians. It's the economy. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, no government in the history of Canada has come this close to being found in contempt of Parliament. And why? Because over 4 months they refused to tell Parliament the true cost of their choices in prisons, jets, and corporate tax breaks. Now the question becomes, with the budget a couple of hours away, how can we trust their numbers, and how can we trust a budget when we can't trust the government?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, all the additional information given to the committee last week indicated that all the core information had been available all along. The numbers, of course, Mr. Speaker, have been absolutely true and correct. Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is simply trying to seek reasons to manufacture a coalition among himself, the NDP, and the Bloc Québécois. The fact of the matter is that our focus is the economy. That's what Canadians want us to focus on. That's what he should focus on.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker. What is the most disappointing in the throne speech and in the budget is that the government is refusing to recognizing the employment crisis. There are 300,000 more people without jobs than before the recession. The jobs that the government brags about creating are temporary, part-time, precarious jobs. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to realize that his policies on job creation have been a failure? People need these jobs now. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would first like to congratulate the member for Toronto Danforth for becoming the official opposition leader. This is the first time in the history of his party that this has been the case. Job creation remains the top priority of our government. We have one of the best record in this regard among industrialized countries, and we will continue to make this a priority. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And my congratulations to the Prime Minister as well for his successful election. The government seems to be pinning its entire solution to the job situation on one response. which is the reduction of corporate tax rates to big profitable companies. But the strength of an education system, the skills of the workforce, the reliability of our healthcare system, the state of our infrastructure, these are all vitally important issues when investors make decisions, and as an economist, I'm sure the Prime Minister would know. Why not?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the government's emphasis on job creation involves many priorities, not just keeping taxes low, which is critically important, but also, as the throne speech and other government documents have said, in critical investments in infrastructure, investments in research and education, investments in trade, making sure we open markets to Canadian businesses. These priorities, Mr. Speaker, explain why Canada has one of the best job creation records among the developed countries in the post-recession period.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has labelled his $17 billion in cuts to the budget over the next 5 years as modest. He said his critics are living in a fantasy world if they think that it's going to affect essential services. So what about the unemployed who can't get the benefits that they need? Are they living in a fantasy world? What about the seniors who have seen their pensions disappear? Are they living in a fantasy world? What about families without family doctors? Are they living in a fantasy world? A simple question. What services will Canadians have to do without when the Prime Minister has finished his cuts?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect us to manage their tax dollars wisely. We are looking at budget reductions in the neighbourhood of less than 2% across the entire size of government, 5% in operational expenses over a 3-year period. Canadians expect us to cut this kind of fat, find these kinds of efficiencies. This government has been very clear that we will not cut pensions, that we will not cut transfers to the provinces for major programs such as health care.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, negotiations have broken down between Canada Post and the mail workers. After having locked out the workers, locked them out of mail rooms and sorting centres, Canada Post has no further reason to negotiate in good faith. The Prime Minister is doing its dirty work for Canada Post. He is preventing productive negotiations. He is imposing a work contract, and he is imposing lower salaries. Where is the Prime Minister's good faith? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the role of the federal government is to act in the higher interests of the Canadian population and the Canadian economy, not in the interests of those who are around the table, and that is why we have this legislation in order to put an end to this situation, which is threatening our economy. And the salary rate imposed is identical to what the negotiations are with the workers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, we know how much the Prime Minister likes locks. He put locks on the doors of Parliament when things weren't going as it suited him. He put locks on mail offices. He is punishing workers who are seeking better working conditions while continuing to deliver mail. Why is the Prime Minister punishing workers for decisions made by his government and his lackeys in Canada Post? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is the opposition who decided to put locks on this Parliament to hold an election, and because of that, the voters in Canada decided to give this government a majority to govern this country to ensure that work gets done for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order. Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The government shut down the post office and is now trying to impose wages that are lower than the management was offering the workers. And the Prime Minister has rendered collective bargaining pointless in this country. He's signaling that if you can't get what you want at the bargaining table, never mind, Ottawa will legislate it for you if you're an employer. Why bother to bargain? It's a terrible precedent, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister at least remove the wage section from this bill
and let an arbitrator decide on this particular important matter. It's only fair.
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the wage rates as set in the bill are only fair. They reflect what we've negotiated with federal public servants. But, Mr. Speaker, we need to be absolutely clear the difference here. The government, unlike the NDP, is not beholden to one of the parties at the table. The government represents the wider interests of the Canadian economy.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is still wearing pink rose-colored glasses when he looks at the Canadian economy. In 2008, he refused to see the signs. We have been told that Canada is on the brink of another recession. Moody's has sounded an alarm for household debt. Investments are down, and the government's solution is to cut services. When will the Prime Minister take action in order to create jobs and prevent another economic crisis? Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the member for Hull-Aylmer for her first question as Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the government's position is clear. Our concern is the economy. We are part of a fragile global economy, and that is a message that I have repeated on several occasions over the past year. And we need to continue to focus on job creation, using measures to invest in research and development, among other things. Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Sure. Last month, unemployment rose in Canada. Our economy shed over 5,000 more jobs. More and more Canadians are giving up because of the lack of job opportunities. To reach the same proportion of working Canadians as before the recession, we actually need to create 420,000 new jobs. Canadians need a job strategy now. Where's the job plan?
I encourage the Leader of the Opposition to get her facts correct. There are more people working in Canada today than before the recession. The only because this government remains focused on jobs through making targeted investments in the Canadian economy and things like research and innovation, keeping taxes low, opening trade markets, and of course, Mr. Speaker, making sure that we do not see the kind of deficit and debt problems in Canada that have caused this global recession throughout the world.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has created a structural deficit by giving reductions in income taxes paid by large corporations. Contrary to what he's saying, companies aren't investing. They're not creating jobs. There is some $500 billion that's simply set aside and not being used to create jobs. The government's strategy isn't working. Where are the investments? Where are the jobs? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, there are more Canadians working today than prior to the global recession. And Canada is almost the only industrialized country to be in this situation, and that's why we have focused on keeping taxes low, not just for corporations, but also for individuals and families. Mr. Speaker, this government fully understands the situation. We won't create jobs by increasing taxes.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the other parties are taken up with their own scandals, but we are putting real measures in place for families. For example, yesterday the NDP proposed a solution to essential drug shortages. Families are very worried about the consequences of cuts to the services they need. And we're told that they won't know what to expect until fall. That's unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. Will the Prime Minister finally tell us the truth? Will he tell Canadians what services he intends to cut? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all these questions will be answered in the budget, and I would encourage the Leader of the NDP to wait for that date.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, families can't wait. They need to know.
Families deserve better. Instead of reckless cuts, we need a real jobs plan. More than 60,000 full-time jobs have disappeared since September. Canadians are giving up their search. Families are giving up hope. New Democrats have a better plan. Mr. Speaker, they even voted for it. Now, why won't they implement the NDP jobs plan in their budget and get Canadians back to work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Now, Mr. Speaker, not only does the government have a plan that is working for jobs, growth, and long-term prosperity, I see that the Leader of the NDP in her most recent parliamentary bulletin to her own constituents actually praises a whole range of conservative measures, all of the measures that she and her party actually voted against. But I congratulate them on seeing the light and coming around to the Conservatives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, at least we tell our people in the ridings that it's important that they know what they're entitled to.
Mr. Speaker, although the crowd, the Conservatives have avoided taking any responsibility. They are the only ones being investigated. Their database is being examined by Elections Canada. Now they are trying to scapegoat the staffer they fired. Surprise. This is my last question to the Prime Minister as a leader. Why won't he call a public inquiry? Why won't he show leadership? What is he afraid of?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this may be my last opportunity to address the Leader of the NDP as the leader. And I must say, reading over this Household Report constituent, how delighted I am with the progress that we've made over the past few months. We've not only turned the Leader of the NDP into a federalist, but now apparently into a tax cutter and even into a conservative.
Oral questions, questions around. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to see the Prime Minister is back. First of all, everything seems to indicate that the Conservative budget will be synonymous with cuts and job losses. A few months ago, the Prime Minister promised in this House, solemnly, word for word, that he would not touch pensions, that he would not cut transfers for health to the provinces, that he wouldn't touch services to the public. Word for word in this House. Will the Prime Minister respect this word or break this word? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I would like in person to congratulate the new leader of the New Democratic Party on his win. Mr. Speaker, this government went before the public and we sought a mandate for our budget, for our economic action plan, and that is the mandate by which we will govern.
I thank the Prime Minister for his kind words, but the question was whether or not he was going to respect his word. Now, in a few hours, their budget, Mr. Speaker, will cut services all across the country. Here's what they promised during the election. They promised to create jobs. Instead, they're slashing health care and pensions. There's growing inequality in this country, yet the Conservative solution is to go after old age security, to go after health care, to cut vital services and make people fend for themselves at the very moment they need it the most.
How does that make any sense? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Government ran in the last election on a plan to continue to create jobs and growth in this country. Part of that plan, Mr. Speaker, was gradual elimination of the deficit over the life of this Parliament. That is and continues to be part of the plan, but as we were clear, Mr. Speaker, we're not cutting health care and pensions.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The only thing that's eliminated are 2,600 jobs at Avios, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about someone who still has his job. Parlons de son.
Let's talk about the Minister of Industry. He transferred a Canada Service Centre from Rimouski to his riding to help his friends. He was found guilty by the Ethics Commissioner in the Raheem Zapper affair, and we now learn that he went on a trip to Marcel Aubu's cabin in the midst of a lobbying campaign for a new stadium in Quebec. What does it take to get kicked out of cabinet? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I've said on a number of occasions, the Minister did not use contracts or money inappropriately. He did not intend to do that, and I have confidence in this Minister.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, General Lawson stated in an interview that the issue of sexual harassment in the armed forces is due in part, and I quote, to biology. This obviously is absolutely unacceptable. What we want to know is what the Prime Minister will do to change this culture within the Canadian Armed Forces when it comes to sexual harassment. Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Lawson's comments were inappropriate and unacceptable. They were offensive, Mr. Speaker. Any sexual misconduct and harassment is unacceptable in any institution. The General immediately apologized for his comments, but, Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Armed Forces and General Whitecross will be implementing all recommendations from the Deschamps report. Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, what he just said will not change the culture that is pervasive in the armed forces. The question is what he will do.
Are, of course, as wrong as they are a representation of everything that's pervasive in the military. So will the Prime Minister himself commit to implementing Justice Deschamps' recommendations in order to put an end to this toxic culture within our military with regard to sexual assault and sexual misconduct? That culture is wrong. It has to be changed from the top. Will the Prime Minister act?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I found the General's comments offensive, inappropriate, completely unacceptable. Sexual misconduct, sexual harassment are unacceptable in any institution, and I think we are all very clear on that. There is no excuse for it, Mr. Speaker. The General did immediately apologize for his comments, but I would point out, Mr. Speaker, that the men and women in the military, they commissioned the report on this particular issue, gave a series of recommendations. The Armed Forces, General Whitecross, are in process of implementing those things immediately, and I do not think we should do anything that should slur all of the men and women in uniform.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister stated that his government, and I quote, encouraged the RCMP to destroy documents, even though he knew that this was breaking the law. The Ontario Provincial Police are currently investigating this issue. Did the Prime Minister contact the police in order to tell them about his own involvement in this illegal activity?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government committed to all Canadians to abolish the long gun registry. And this Parliament passed legislation to that effect. The RCMP has acted under the law, and obviously the government also acts under the law. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Does the Prime Minister still believe that all senators meet the residency requirements to sit in the Senate? And if so, would he be kind enough to tell us where Senator Carolyn Stewart Olsen lives?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, Mr. Speaker, after a complete audit, the Leader of the NDP gets up and makes an accusation against someone who's accused of absolutely nothing. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is the Senate has done an audit and the Senate is responding to its recommendations. What hasn't been responded to is the NDP taking public money and putting it into their own party organization. That is what was done in the sponsorship scandal. They've done that at a level of 3 times all of the accusations against senators combined. It is totally unacceptable, and I look forward to Canadians passing justice.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Carolyn Stewart Olsen, the Senator for Ottawa-Moncton.
Does the Prime Minister agree with his Conservative Senator, Jean-Luc Dagenet, who seems to think that his office has the right to claim taxpayer money for kilometres that they never travelled? The Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, an audit was done. They will be acting according to the audit, and the NDP is simply inventing accusations against certain individuals. The reality is that we have a member here who owes $400,000 in taxpayers' monies, and this is absolutely unacceptable. And the public will have an opportunity to state their preferences.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, last night, President Obama stated that airstrikes are a key pillar in the fight against ISIS. In the last week, we've seen the Obama administration, Germany, France, and the UK step up their efforts and their airstrikes. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister has ordered our CF-18s to stand down. Why is the Prime Minister stepping back from the fight when our allies are stepping up?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canada has spoken clearly in this past election. They want Canadians and our military to continue to engage in the fight against ISIS, and we are committed to continuing to do that. However, we have also made a clear commitment to withdraw the 6 CF-18 fighter jets and engage in a continued way militarily, in humanitarian efforts and in refugee efforts, which we are continuing to do. I engage with our allies on these issues, and they've reassured me that we are continuing to be helpful. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Let's just be clear about what ISIS is. They are a death cult that sell children and women into sexual slavery. They target and kill gays and lesbians, and they have murdered thousands of Muslims, Christians, Yazidis, and other religious minorities. Yet the Prime Minister says he's going to take our CF-18s out of the fight. Just how bad does it have to be in Iraq and Syria for him to leave our CF-18s there?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there isn't a Canadian in this country who doesn't think that ISIS are a group of terrible terrorists who should be stopped. The question has always been how best to engage. How can Canada use its strengths, the extraordinary strengths of the men and women of the Canadian forces, to support in the fight against ISIS? Now, ongoing right now continue to be airstrikes. We have committed to end those airstrikes and to transform our engagement in a different way, equally militarily, to ensure that Canada continues to be a strong member of the coalition fighting against ISIS.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, last night President Obama also said that his closest allies have stepped up their airstrikes. And then he went on to name France and Germany and the UK. But no mention of Canada. Mr. Speaker, stepping back from the fight against terrorists is not stepping up. So will the Prime Minister just admit that he's more committed to his ideology than he is to our allies in the fight against ISIS?
Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I sat down with President Obama and discussed and confirmed that Canada continues to be a strong supporter of the coalition against ISIL and continues to be engaged on a humanitarian level, on a refugee level, and indeed on a military level. And right now we are in discussions with our allies about how best Canada can continue to participate and to help in the fight against ISIL since we are withdrawing our CF-18 aircraft.
Questions orales. Oral questions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the government released a report on the future of the National Energy Board. It's the second report in a month, and surprise, surprise, it recommends something completely different. This is creating even more uncertainty in the oil and gas sector, and there is a lot at stake. Any changes the Prime Minister makes will affect thousands and thousands of families. When is the Prime Minister going to stop interfering in the independent National Energy Board process and let them do their job so projects can get approved and people can get to work?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in order to move forward on projects of import to our economy and to our future, Canadians have to have confidence in both the process and in the government. And that's why for 10 years under the previous government, Canadians had no confidence because they refused to understand that you need to build a strong economy while protecting the environment at the same time. Over the past year and a half, we have worked very, very hard to demonstrate how serious we are about both protecting the environment and creating jobs and growing the economy. We will continue to do that in a way that demonstrates our respect for Canadians and gets the confidence of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, let's talk about confidence, because the Prime Minister's latest report recommends that the National Energy Board headquarters be moved from Calgary to Ottawa. Why? Does the Prime Minister not have confidence in Calgarians to do the job? This is supposed to be an independent group of people. The further away from Ottawa and politicians it is, the better. Can the Prime Minister understand why this is such an insult to Western Canadians? Will he commit to leaving the National Energy Board headquarters in Calgary on the front lines and not burying it in some government department in Ottawa?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I find it a little bit much that this member and that party is talking about meddling with independent processes around National Energy Board. The fact is that government chose to politicize the National Energy Board in its decisions. It torqued and stacked the deck in so many ways that Canadians have lost confidence in the regulatory frame and withdrew support for building energy projects. That's why we've worked so hard to restore that confidence, to demonstrate that we are both protecting the environment and building a strong economy at the same time, why this government is getting it done when the previous government did not.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has talked about phasing out the oil sands, and now we know how he plans to do it. He's going to slowly but surely kill it with red tape. Everything he does is making it harder and harder for energy companies to create jobs. Business investment is at an all-time low, and this is at a time when the U.S. is unleashing the oil and gas sector in the United States. Mr. Speaker, can't the Prime Minister see that the decisions he's making are costing Canadian workers their jobs?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, Canada saw a government that refused to accept that building a strong economy goes hand in hand at the 21st century with protecting the environment. We know that investing in a responsible approach to the environment is not just going to protect our world for future generations, but it's going to create the kind of good jobs, clean jobs that this generation and next generations are going to need. We know that the way to grow the economy is to demonstrate both economy and environment going together, and that's what Canadians elected us to do. That's what we're going to continue to deliver on.
Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is subject of an inquiry from the Ethics Commissioner. We know that the Commissioner is going to retire prior to the inquiry being finished. It is the Prime Minister who has to appoint the successor. The conflict is evident. I think everything indicates that the House should do it instead. Nonpartisan appointments are important, and this is one of the most important ones that the Prime Minister is going to do. Does he understand that this must be done without the involvement of his party and his caucus? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, after a Conservative government for 10 years, which did not do well with the appointment process, which showed partisanship in all of its choices, we are proud of the independent process that we have implemented in order to make appointments that are merit-based, that reflect diversity. We are going to continue to choose people that are highly qualified in order to fill the roles of this government and throughout the country. That's what the Canadians expect, and that's why the Canadians voted for us. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This is likely my last question to the Prime Minister, so I'm going to make him an offer. I'll call off the attack dogs, and nobody on this side will ask the question 18 more times. I think it sounds like a pretty fair deal. So let's end this with a real answer. Has he met with the Ethics Commissioner, yes or no, and if yes, how many times?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect every member of this House to cooperate with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. The Commissioner has stated at committee and to my office that she does not want us discussing the process in case. But I can answer the member and say that in all my years as a parliamentarian, I have met a number of times with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner at both formal and informal occasions. And I can assure Canadians that when this...
Order. If members wish to chant, they can do so outside.
Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on Saturday, our friends and allies in the United Kingdom were once again attacked by radical Islamic terrorists. I want to thank the Prime Minister for his statement, and I trust that all members stand in solidarity at this time. A Canadian, Chrissy Archibald from British Columbia, was a victim, and her family is asking Canadians to, quote, volunteer their time and labor or donate to a homeless shelter and tell them Chrissy sent you. I want to echo that sentiment today. Can the Prime Minister please provide us with an update as to the government's response and reaction to this latest act of terror?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
With sadness that I rise and offer our condolences to the family and friends of Christine Archibald, who was a victim of Saturday's horrific attacks in London. As I reaffirmed with Prime Minister May an hour ago, we stand in solidarity with the British people. The
people of the UK have always shown strength and resilience in the face of adversity. Canadians stand in solidarity with the British people and with our allies and friends and communities.
And thank the Leader of the Official Opposition for his question. I look forward to working with him on issues of import to all Canadians.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is deceiving people about the infrastructure bank. He refuses to admit that taxpayers will be on the hook for bad projects. But we have learned that investors are being told that the bank will underwrite all the loans and that they will be able to keep the profits. Can the Prime Minister say once and for all who's going to foot the bill for bad projects, investors or Canadian taxpayers? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that we have infrastructure needs. We need to invest, and that's the choice they made in the last election. They voted for a party that was ambitious about roads and investing in public transit, in green infrastructure, to build for the future, to support our communities today and in the future. The needs for infrastructure are so striking all across the country that even with historic investments of hundreds of billions of dollars, that hasn't been enough. And that's why we've come up with a new mechanism to build even more infrastructure for Canadians. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Investments in infrastructure came from the Conservative government. The Prime Minister's billionaire friends have talked him into the infrastructure bank. And guess what? Canadians will have to pay for it. But it's not too late to do the right thing. He can listen to those who have raised serious concerns about this $35 billion boondoggle waiting to happen. Will the Prime Minister put the brakes on this scheme, or does he really want to force Canadian taxpayers to co-sign loans for the richest 1%?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we lowered taxes for the richest, we raised taxes for the wealthiest 1% and lowered them for the middle class, which unfortunately the members opposite voted against. We're committed to making sure that middle class Canadians get the infrastructure they need, get the community services, the green infrastructure, the public transit that is so necessary. So on top of our $180 billion towards infrastructure, we know that drawing in private capital from around the world will get more things built for Canadians, will grow our economy, and create better future for our kids.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's message to foreign investors is no credit, no problem.
On another point, for weeks we've been calling on the Heritage Minister to cancel the partisan appointment of Ms. Meyer as Commissioner of Official Languages, but unfortunately, the position has become politicized with the appointment of a Liberal, and it's ridiculous. Will the Prime Minister show some common sense here and scrap the appointment of Ms. Meyer? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we set up an appointment process that is open, transparent, and merit-based. After 10 years of a government that always made partisan appointments, we're making choices. We're choosing the right people regardless of their political past. Canadians have to have confidence that the best people are in those positions, and that's why we have undertaken to do precisely that. We have sought out people from various backgrounds to serve, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Leader.
Count on about Liberals is that eventually they start acting like Liberals. And now Canadians are seeing the Prime Minister once again put the interests of Liberal insider ahead of the integrity of our institutions. This time he's trying to ram through the appointment of Madeleine Meyer as Official Languages Commissioner. And he wants us to believe that the only person qualified to serve in this non-partisan role just happens to be a lifelong Liberal who supported his leadership campaign. But nobody's buying it. When will the Prime Minister do the right thing, cancel this tainted nomination, and start a non-partisan process?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when we came to power, we had to create a non-partisan process because the previous government had so politicized the appointments processes. One simply needs to remember the 49 last-minute partisan appointments they made in the dying days of their own government. The fact, Mr. Speaker, is we will not hold against any candidate who's qualified their past political affiliations. Canadians expect us to pick the very best people for the jobs, and that's exactly what we always do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So what we have before us with the WE corruption scandal is an organization that receives sole source contracts from the government, from the taxpayer. They then set up a real estate company and gobble up over $40 million worth of prime downtown Toronto real estate. They also pay members of the Prime Minister's immediate family cash for speaking engagements. And they also provide a huge platform for Liberals to do their campaigning. They even did an election-style ad promoting the Prime Minister himself. But they get into trouble, Mr. Speaker. Red flags start going up about their bank covenant. Members of the board resign. And so they lobby the government, and the government gives them another sole source contract that they are able to take $40 million worth of administration fees from. Canadians rightly are concerned by this kind of you scratch my back, I scratch your back type of relationship with a Liberal-friendly organization. So I have a series of very simple yes or no questions to help Canadians understand the depths of this scandal. Was the Prime Minister aware that the agreement that he signed with this organization was not with the WE charity itself, but was with a shell corporation that has no assets and no history of charitable work?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as was made clear at committee, the nonpartisan public service recommended this approach as the only way to deliver this program in the timeline required this summer during COVID. Last week, I acknowledged that I should have recused myself, and I apologized. But our goal was and is to provide opportunities for students to serve in their communities right across the country in this unprecedented time. Obviously, the way it unfolded was regrettable, and the program is no longer unfolding as we'd said. In regards to aspects of the We Charity Foundation, the public service worked to find the best possible delivery of this program to get student grants for volunteer hours. The public service worked with the We organization to develop the agreement, and the work was done and negotiated at the officials level in those details. We have consistently approached as a way of empowering young people across the country, the way other governments of all stripes have worked with this organization in the past.
The Leader of the Opposition.
That didn't answer the question, Mr. Speaker. Was the Prime Minister aware that this agreement was being signed with a shell corporation with no history of charitable work? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The details of the agreement was worked out at the officials level.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister has to understand it's not about him recusing himself from this decision. The Clerk of the Privy Council himself said that it would be impossible for the Prime Minister and the Finance Minister to recuse themselves from giving a sole source contract to an organization with such close ties to the Liberal Party and his immediate family. Was the Prime Minister aware that the shell corporation that signed the contracts' sole stated purpose was to hold real estate?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
As I said, Mr. Speaker, governments of all stripes, including Stephen Harper's government, worked closely with this organization to deliver opportunities for young people. When it came to negotiating the specific contract with this organization, the civil service worked out the details of that.
I'm just going to pause and stop the clock for a second. I understand that it's very emotional and it gets very tense in here sometimes, but coaching somebody with answers probably isn't the right way to have these sessions. I just want to point that out to those who are shouting across from one side or the other. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office receive the unsolicited proposal that Craig Kielburger sent to officials on April 9th? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker. We move forward on creating a program that would get young people to serve right across the country. The civil service made recommendations around which organization we could partner with.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office receive the proposal that included the student grant program that was sent to the Finance Minister's office on April 21st, a day before the announcement was made? Yes or no?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, throughout my career and throughout the life of this government, we've been focused on giving opportunities to young people in a range of ways, and we've continued to look to do that during this COVID crisis.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he answered no to the previous question, but he couldn't answer yes or no to that question. So I wonder what that means, Mr. Speaker. Did the Prime Minister or anyone in his office speak to anyone at we, prior to his April 22nd announcement on the student grant?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, giving opportunities to young people through service and volunteer work across the country was important to this government, has been important to this government for an awfully long time. We will continue to look to create opportunities for young people.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To start by thanking all colleagues and indeed thousands of Canadians for their warm wishes and prayers to my wife Rebecca and I as we recovered from COVID-19. Thank you, Canada. You can clap for that. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's record when it comes to reconciliation is the same as his record in general. All talk and no action. Big announcements, zero follow-through. Indigenous communities need the Prime Minister to roll up his sleeves and get down to work. Can the Prime Minister advise this House why the government has not yet delivered its measurable goals called for in the 19th call to action as part of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission report?
Prime Minister. We will have many opportunities for questions and answers, but I too want to begin by wishing the Leader of the Opposition welcome back to this House after the health scare he had, but seeing him in good health, seeing the Leader of the Bloc Québécois back in the House as well is a good thing. We all want good health for everyone. I look forward to exchanging, particularly on the topic of reconciliation. I think there's an awful lot we need to do across party lines on that, whether it's passing UNDRIP legislation, whether it's concretely delivering for Indigenous communities across the country. And I'm very encouraged to see the Conservatives lead off with a very important question.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'll be very encouraged with an eventual answer. Monsieur le Président, le bilan...
Mr. Speaker, this government's record when it comes to reconciliation is the same as all the rest. Great promises, like always, but no action. Indigenous communities need the Prime Minister to start to work. Why no action on the recommendations with regard to health in the from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm very encouraged to see the Conservatives take interest in our relationship with the Indigenous communities and peoples. We have been working on this for the past 5 years. We are delivering by eliminating long-term boil advisories. We are delivering on new schools, new healthcare centres. We are delivering on new treaties and agreements. And when it comes to health, we have committed to putting forward legislation for Indigenous health care, and we hope we'll be able to work with the Conservative Party on that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Leader of the Official Opposition.
The United States has been proving rapid testing for months. The European Union has been approving them since spring. Our European trade agreement actually requires us to deem the processes for medical investigation to be equivalent to the EU. But Germany, Italy, and the UK have been having tests for months while Canadians wait hours in line. When are Canadians finally going to receive rapid testing?
Right Honourable Prime Minister. From the very beginning of this crisis, we've worked with provinces and territories to enhance testing capacity. We've given more funds and resources to Health Canada to approve the new technologies coming on the market. Indeed, yesterday, Minister of Public Services and Procurement and the Minister of Health announced the purchase of 7.9 million rapid point-of-care tests from Abbott Rapid Diagnostics, pending Health Canada approval. Well, this afternoon, Health Canada authorized that Abbott ID. We can now be deployed for provinces and territories with deliveries coming in the coming weeks, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I guess, Mr. Speaker, where there's a will, there actually is a way. CETA is Canadian law, and it has been for 3 years, Mr. Speaker. We've recognized Italian, German, and British health product regulators as equivalent to Health Canada for 3 years. But thanks to the government, all of these countries and their citizens get access to rapid testing, and we do not. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister liked to say Canada is back. Why is he sending Canadians to the back of the line by not adhering to the CETA provisions to accept European rapid testing?
Good question.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, we've worked with all provincial authorities, all Health Canada experts, to ensure that the products we're approving here in Canada are done quickly, but are also safe for Canadians. We saw examples in the spring of approvals given that then had to be rescinded. We need to make sure that every step of the way we're putting the health of Canadians at the forefront. We will continue to work with partners around the world as we deliver the products and the technologies for Canadians that they need. Every step of the way, we promise to have Canadians back. We will continue to have Canadians back.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on May 22nd, the Prime Minister said that rapid tests were necessary in order to keep businesses and schools open during a second wave. And now it's September 30th, and rapid tests are not yet available. Businesses need to close in Montreal. When will the Prime Minister take action to have rapid tests available for all Canadians? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to confirm that yesterday the Minister of Health and Public Services announced 7.9 million rapid tests purchased to come to Canada. Once approved by Health Canada, these tests are being approved today by Health Canada, and we will be able to share these tests with Canadians in the coming weeks. At each stage, we have respected science, listened to experts, and put politics aside. We will do everything necessary to protect Canadians.
Oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by sending best wishes to the Prime Minister and his children that are dealing with COVID-19. As a family that had COVID in the home, I wish them a speedy recovery. Canadian manufacturers, the Federation of Independent Business, the Chamber of Commerce, the Conservative Opposition, thousands of truckers for over a month have proposed solutions to the trucking shortage in Canada and the supply chain crisis, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has ignored this crisis, and even worse, he calls names for people that are raising these very issues. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is simple. Will the Prime Minister move past the division and agree to meet with some of the truckers impacted by his federal regulations?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the science is very clear. The best way through this pandemic is to get people vaccinated. That's how we end the disruptions to our supply chains caused by this global pandemic. That's how we get back to the things we love to do. That's why we've been unequivocal on the need to get vaccinated. And great news, Canadians across the country stepped up. Almost 90% of Canadians are vaccinated, including almost 90% of truckers, because we know that the biggest disruption to our supply chains happens when people catch COVID. That's why vaccinations are the way through it, and we're going to continue to be unequivocal about that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, when you ignore and divide a country when it needs to be united, that's not leadership, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister knows that the voices of a few don't represent the millions of Canadians who are worried. Millions of Canadians over 2 years have seen their lives upended, their children's mental health impacted, businesses fail, Mr. Speaker, the nation being stretched in our social fabric. Vaccines are critically important, but as the Prime Minister's own COVID diagnosis demonstrates after 3 vaccinations, we have to use all tools, Mr. Speaker, to get our life back to normal. When is life getting back to normal, Mr. Speaker?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I know, and all Canadians know, how frustrating it is to have to deal with this pandemic for now 2 years and ongoing. But Canadians
also have never been so united in stepping up. Almost 90% of Canadians have been vaccinated. And that means they are protecting our frontline health workers. They are making sure that we're getting through this as best we possibly can. It is that unity of Canadians, that nature that we have of being there for each other that has been on such display through this pandemic. Yes, there are people who are still hesitant, and yes, there are people...
Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, depuis plus d'un mois.
Mr. Speaker, for more than a month, the Chamber of Commerce, the Conservative Opposition, and thousands of Canadians, among others, have been asking for fairer policies to fix the trucker shortage and the supply chain issues. The pandemic has changed now that we're 2 years in, with vaccines, rapid tests, and other tools. What is the Prime Minister waiting for before using all necessary tools to help us get back to a normal life? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. We all agree that we want to end COVID. We are all exhausted from COVID-19. That is why we want to use our best tool available, vaccines. Unequivocally, people need to get vaccinated to protect themselves, to protect our healthcare workers, and to get the economy and our supply chains back on track. We are also using other tools, but the best tool is vaccines, and that is what we are putting forward, unlike the Conservative Opposition. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Ukraine is an important friend and ally to Canada. Our friends in Ukraine are facing the risk of a Russian invasion as Russian troops gather at their border. Ukrainians have seen this story before, Mr. Speaker, in Crimea. Other NATO allies are delivering the military aid that Ukraine is requesting to help defend themselves. Why won't this Liberal government answer the call from our friends in Ukraine?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, that's exactly what we've done in standing up for Ukraine unequivocally, not just right now, but have been for the past many years. In my numerous conversations with President Zelensky, in the engagements that our ministers have had in the region, we have been listening to Ukraine in terms of what they most need. Obviously, we need to continue the extraordinary trading mission that Canadians have been part of for many, many years, and even increase it. And also, we continue to deliver the aid, whether it's monetary or military, that they need.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, l'Ukraine est l'une des amies.
Mr. Speaker, Ukraine is one of Canada's friends and allies. Our Ukrainian friends are facing the risk of a Russian invasion at the border. Other NATO allies are providing the assistance requested by Ukraine. We need to help Ukraine to avoid the scenario we've seen in Crimea. Why isn't this Liberal government responding to Ukraine's requests? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, we are responding to the requests of our Ukrainian friends. We will always stand with them against Russian aggression. That is why we have expanded and extended the unified mission to train Ukrainian forces. And that is why we have also sent $120 million in assistance, and we are also doing what President Zelensky and others have requested. The
oral questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Lockdowns and mandates, we're seeing things change very quickly, and rightly so. Dr. Tam has said that vaccine mandates should be reevaluated, and today the chair of the Quebec Liberal Caucus clearly and strongly stated it's time to end the divisiveness and the politicization and end the mandates. We Conservatives could not agree more. This cannot be a slow and dragged out process simply because of the Prime Minister's ego, pride, or denial. Canadians are too tired. Canadians need hope. So will the Prime Minister follow the science, follow the evidence, and the restrictions and the mandates?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, everyone is sick and tired of lockdowns, of the measures we have to do, of the sacrifices we've had to make. But Canadians have continued to step up over the past 2 years, been there for each other, been there to get vaccinated. And that's the unity we've seen across the country of people who've been there for their neighbours, who've been there for their frontline health workers. That's what Canadians are going to continue to do. That's how we get through and back to the things we love. We're going to continue to follow the science. We're going to continue to have Canadians' backs. We're going to continue to protect people's lives.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, countries like Ireland, Sweden, Norway, Israel, Czech Republic, the UK, Spain, Denmark, they're all removing restrictions and mandates, and they're all countries that have a lower vaccine rate than Canada. Here in Canada, though, we have a Prime Minister who refuses to lead and instead is being divisive. I have to agree with the MP for Louis Hébert when he says, people don't know where public health ends and politics begins. Canadians want their lives back. So again, I ask the Prime Minister, will he follow the evidence? Will he follow the science and the mandates and the restrictions quickly?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, every step of the way, we have had Canadians' backs by following the science, by working closely with
Order. Now, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition asked a question, and she's trying to hear, but she can't hear it above all the heckling and shouting that's going on. So I'm going to ask everyone to just keep it down so she can hear the answer coming from the Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, from the beginning of this pandemic, we have followed science, we have had Canadians' backs, and we've actually seen a less severe impact on lives, on livelihoods, and our economy than many other countries, including the ones that the Leader of the Opposition named. We will continue to follow the science. We will continue to lean on each other as Canadians as we make it through this pandemic. We know that it's tiring, we know it's exhausting, but we also know that having each other's backs is the way through this pandemic.
The Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Prime Minister has politicized the pandemic and been divisive, and even his own members are seeing it. Now, countries around the world are opening up, and even here in Canada, provinces are opening up. They're following the science and the evidence, whether it's Dr. Henry in BC, Dr. Moore in Ontario. They all agree we have to learn to live with COVID. Conservatives believe that living with COVID means opening up and ending the mandates, and I believe there are some Liberals who believe the same thing. So will the Prime Minister follow the science and the lockdowns and let Canada once again be the true North, strong and free?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely pleased to hear the Conservatives finally talking about following science, because that's something that they have fallen down on throughout this pandemic, whether it was not choosing to get vaccinated, whether it's continuing to debate over the effectiveness of public health measures. Fortunately, we've been working with provincial premiers right across the country to bring in the kinds of restrictions, the kinds of mandates that have saved Canadians' lives. Unfortunately, we see Conservatives continuing to both call an end to the protests from in here and support them out there. They need to be more responsible leaders to get through this and to play less politics.
Questions. Question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Officials were made aware 4 years ago of reports of sexual assault by players at Hockey Canada. They did nothing, and no one was held accountable. The only thing the Liberals did was to give Hockey Canada another $14 million. For a Prime Minister who claims to be a feminist, there seems to be a pattern of covering up and rewarding bad behavior. It seems women really don't matter to this Prime Minister. How could the Prime Minister have let this happen?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a government, we have continually stood up to push back against sexual misconduct and harassment in organizations and workplaces across the country, and Hockey Canada is no different. Organizations and people in leadership positions must do their utmost and take decisions to end this culture and trivialization of sexual violence in sport. It's why we commissioned the financial audit to shed light on the use of public funds. We want to get to the bottom of this, and all options are being considered to determine the next steps. This behavior is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's a repeat pattern, and they're either complicit or incompetent, but either way, women are being harmed. Speaker, now these NDP Liberals are going to force the continuation of hybrid parliament for another year. Now, the Prime Minister and his Liberal ministers can travel around the world and the NDP can go on junkets, but they don't want to show up here to work. They want to collect a full-time paycheck while doing part-time work. Now, it's true the Prime Minister doesn't want to be here because he's afraid of accountability, but the NDP don't want to be here because they're afraid of hard work. Isn't that the truth, Mr. Speaker?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know that this pandemic created hardships in workplaces around the country, but indeed, people adapted. And that was one of the innovations that we brought in with a hybrid parliament that allowed people suffering from COVID, people when public health measures kept it safe, from actually being able to work. I know that there are many more people who continue to benefit from being able to do work remotely. We need to understand that this is a workplace like others, and ensuring that there is an ability to do these work in responsible ways while adjusting to the realities of the future is something we'll continue to do.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Speaker, the gas station attendant, the factory worker, the nurse, the janitor, the farmer all show up for work. But these NDP, with the help of the Liberals, want to work from the comfort of their homes. How entitled are they? The NDP should be ashamed of themselves for propping up these Liberals, and even more ashamed of themselves for not wanting to come to Ottawa to do their job. Will the Prime Minister do the right thing, put an end to hybrid parliament so that we can all be here in Ottawa doing our jobs for Canadians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how we work in Parliament is determined by parliamentarians working together to determine the standing orders, determine how best to represent their constituents, how best be there for Canadians to debate and to talk about and pass important legislation. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives consistently use obstructionistic tactics to try and slow down gun control measures, to slow down childcare, to slow down supports for Canadians in every possible way they can. We will continue to do our work, to be accountable and engage with Canadians in every way possible.
Questions. Question orale. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you. It's good to see the Prime Minister here visiting Canada. To fill up the gas on his private jet. But if things are bad on the ground in Canada, if the Financial Post says that in Toronto, students are living in shelters for the homeless, the use of food banks is at record highs in history. It is really the worst time to increase costs for Canadians. Will the Prime Minister cancel the tax increases on gas, heating, food, and paychecks? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start by congratulating once again the member for Carleton, who is now the Leader of the Official Opposition. And seeing as we are all back in the House of Commons now, I know that we have a lot of work to do this fall together. On this side of the House, we will focus on help for Canadians to create an economy that works for everyone. We will invest in creating more housing to counter the cost of living, to fight climate change, to help the middle class, and to help make communities safer, and to put more money back into the most vulnerable families in Canada. And we hope that all Canadians will work with us. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
has effectively admitted that his carbon tax has not worked, and therefore he needs to triple it. According to the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland and Labrador, the forthcoming hike in the carbon tax will mean that the total cost for a Newfoundland senior living in the countryside on their heating bill will have been 80%. Canadians cannot afford that. But just for clarity, if you are a Newfoundland senior, how much will your home heating bill rise as a result of the forthcoming hike in the Liberal carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, like all parliamentarians, we have each heard stories from Canadians who are struggling with the high cost of living, with the inflation that's been caused by the global crisis. That's why we're putting forward concrete measures that are going to help Canadians. We're going to double the GST tax credit that's going to hit millions of families with extra support. We're delivering on support for low-income families on dental, and we're also moving forward with support for low-income renters. The Leader of the Opposition has an opportunity to support these measures and get help directly to Canadians. I hope he does exactly that.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Leader of the Liberal Party has an opportunity to respect the fact that heating your home in January and February in Canada is not a luxury. And it does not make those Canadians polluters. They're just trying to survive. This from a Prime Minister who burned more jet fuel in 1 month than 20 average Canadians burn in an entire year. So will the Prime Minister ground the jet, park the hypocrisy, and axe the tax hikes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're going to continue to stay focused on direct and real help for Canadians, responding to the challenges they're facing with meaningful measures that are going to help millions of Canadians in the middle class and those working hard to join it. If Canadians had followed the advice of the Leader of the Opposition and invested in volatile cryptocurrencies in an attempt to, quote, opt out of inflation, they would have lost half of their savings. Mr. Speaker, responsible leadership means stepping up for Canadians and being there to support them. Will the Conservative leader support our measures to support Canadians?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We will not support tax hikes on Canadians. Speaking of tax hikes, they plan to raise taxes on paychecks. Now, yesterday, the Finance Minister claimed that all the EI tax hikes that they would collect would go to EI benefits. In fact, I looked it up. Over the next 3 years, they're going to collect $10 billion more in EI taxes than they pay out in EI benefits, allowing the Prime Minister to grab up the difference and use it to feed his insatiable spending appetites. Canadians can't afford a bigger bite off their paychecks. Will the Prime Minister cancel his tax hikes on Canadian paychecks?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think in this House it's important to look at the facts. And the facts are that when the Leader of the Opposition was the Minister responsible for employment insurance, premiums were 20% higher for workers than they are now. That's right. Workers paid 20% more. That's why we're continuing to move forward to support workers. On the issue of the CPP, we promised to be there for workers as they become seniors to help them with their retirements, and that's exactly what we did. And in regards to pricing pollution, we promised it would no longer be free to pollute anywhere in this country, and it no longer is. That's what we're focused on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is quite wrong. Today, payroll taxes on the average $60,000 a year worker are about $700 higher than when we left office. And by the way, we left with a balanced budget. Those taxes even further. Bigger bite off Canadian paychecks at a time when inflation is at a 40-year high, when students are forced to live in homeless shelters, and when home ownership rates are at the lowest level in a generation. Doesn't he understand that now is the worst time to raise taxes? Will he cancel those tax hikes?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition wants to go back in time. Let's look at what he was doing when he was in government. He continued to deliver child benefit checks to millionaire families, which we ended when we took office. And then he voted against raising taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could lower them on the middle class. And he voted against a Canada Child benefit that delivers hundreds of dollars a month, tax-free, to every Canadian family. We've seen where this Leader of the Opposition stands. On this side of the aisle, we're going to stay focused on helping Canadians for real.